Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Soul Fiction. In today's episode, we explore, what if Harry Potter was adopted by Charlie and Vaggie? Heirdom of the Hazbin Hotel. Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Fell the Night James and Lily Potter died. The sky above Godric's Hollow split like torn parchment. Nobody saw it except the rats in the hedgerows and one very old cat sitting on a wall. The killing curse rebounded off a baby's forehead, struck the darkest wizard in a century full in the chest, and the resulting magical detonation didn't just destroy a body, it cracked something deeper. Something between worlds. The shockwave rippled outward through dimensions that had no business touching, and for 3.5 seconds, a seam opened between the mortal plane and a place that existed far, far below. The house was rubble. The nursery was open to the cold October sky. And the crib, loss-blasted, smoldering, teetering on the edge of a hole in reality that glowed the color of dying embers, tipped. Harry James Potter, 15 months old, with blood running from a fresh lightning bolt cut on his forehead, tumbled through the rift between worlds. He didn't cry on the way down. He was already crying, had been since the green light and the terrible thud of his mother hitting the floor, and his small, hiccuping sobs were swallowed by the howling of interdimensional static as he fell through colors that don't exist in the human spectrum, through heat and cold and something that tasted like copper and ash, and then, he landed on something soft. Specifically, he landed on a pile of garbage bags outside a nightclub called The Velvet Slit in the northwest corner of Pentagram City, Hell. The impact knocked the wind out of him. He went silent for 2 full seconds. Then he screamed louder than ever, tiny fists balled, face scrunched and furious, the cut on his forehead still bleeding sluggishly and giving off faint wisps of greenish smoke. Above him, the rift sealed with a sound like a zipper being pulled shut, and the sky returned to its normal roiling red. Nobody in the immediate vicinity noticed. This was Pentagram City on a Friday night, which meant the streets were full of sinners doing what sinners did, fighting, drinking, making regrettable decisions, and generally carrying on with the business of being damned. A crying baby wasn't even in the top 50 strangest sounds on this block. But 2 blocks south, walking quickly through the neon-stained dark, Charlie Morningstar heard it. She stopped mid-sentence. Vaggie, who had been listening to Charlie outline her latest idea for rehabilitating sinners, this version involved a buddy system and gold star stickers, nearly walked into her. Charlie. What, do you hear that? Vaggie tilted her head. Her good eye narrowed. She heard plenty, bass thumping from 6 different clubs, a turf war between imp gangs 3 streets over, someone singing off-key from a fire escape, and, distant, thin, cutting through all of it like a needle through silk, a baby crying. That's a baby, Vaggie said. That's a baby, Charlie repeated, and she was already moving. Charlie, wait, Charlie, but Charlie was fast when something pulled at her heart, and right now something was pulling hard. She rounded the corner of 66th Street, dodged a demon who was 3 heads and no manners, vaulted a toppled dumpster with a grace that didn't match her bouncy personality, and skidded to a halt outside the Velvet Slit. The crying was coming from the garbage pile. Charlie dropped to her knees and started digging. Vaggie caught up 3 seconds later, spear already materialized in her hand, eye scanning the rooftops and alley mouths for threats because that was what Vaggie did. She watched for the knife while Charlie reached out with open hands. Charlie, be careful, it could be a trap. It could be. Charlie pulled a baby out of the garbage. A human baby. They both stared. He was wrapped in a blue blanket that was singed at the edges and smelled like ozone and something floral, lily petals, though neither of them could name it. His hair was black and wild, stuck up in every direction. His skin was flushed from crying, and behind a pair of tiny round glasses that had somehow survived the journey, one lens cracked. His eyes were the most vivid green either of them had ever seen. And on his forehead, still trickling blood, was a scar shaped like a lightning bolt. The baby stopped crying almost immediately. He looked up at Charlie with those enormous green eyes, sniffled twice, and then, impossibly, absurdly, smiled. "Oh," Charlie whispered. "Oh, honey." "Charlie." Vaggie's voice was careful. Controlled. "That's a human child." "I know. A living human child." "I know." "In hell." Charlie was already cradling him. The baby grabbed a fistful of her blonde hair and tugged, gurgling happily. Charlie's eyes were doing the thing where they got very bright and very wide and very suspiciously wet. "He's hurt," Charlie said. "His forehead, Vaggie, look at his forehead." Vaggie leaned in, jaw tight. The lightning bolt wound was ugly, raw, and it gave off a faint pulse of something that made her skin crawl. She'd been an angel once. She knew the scent of dark magic even if she couldn't name the specific flavor, and whatever had done this to a baby was black as pitch. "We need to get him somewhere safe," Vaggie said. "Figure out where he came from. How he got here." "He came from up there." Charlie looked at the sky. "I felt it, Vaggie. Something tore open. Just for a second. Something from the living world. That's not possible. And yet." Charlie held up the baby, who chose that moment to sneeze, producing a tiny shower of golden sparks from his fingertips. "Not hellfire. Something else. Something warm and strange and entirely foreign to this realm. Here he is." Vaggie stared at the sparks. She stared at the baby. She stared at Charlie's face, which had already arranged itself into the expression Vaggie privately called, immovable object, the one that meant Charlie had made a decision that no force in hell, heaven, or anywhere between was going to change. "We are not keeping a human baby," Vaggie said. "We're absolutely keeping this human baby," Charlie said. "Charlie, he's alone, Vaggie. He's hurt and he's alone and someone did something terrible to him and he fell all the way to hell and the first thing he did when I picked him up was smile." Charlie's voice cracked on the last word. "He smiled at me. Like he knew he was safe." Vaggie opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. The baby turned his head toward her and reached out one chubby hand, fingers grasping at the air. He made a sound that was half babble, half laugh. Vaggie pinched the bridge of her nose. "We don't even have diapers," she said, which was as close to yes as she could manage right then. Charlie beamed like the sun that didn't exist down here and pulled Vaggie into a hug that included the baby, who squealed with delight and grabbed a fistful of Vaggie's hair to match the one he still held of Charlie's. They named him Harry because it was stitched into his blanket, right there in the corner, Harry James Potter. They kept the blanket. Charlie folded it carefully, tucked it into a chest in their room at the Hazbin Hotel, and never once forgot whose son he'd been first. But he was theirs now. The first year was chaos. The Hazbin Hotel, at that point, was still more dream than reality, Charlie's passion project in its earliest stages, a crumbling Art Deco monstrosity with 14 functional rooms, patchy electricity, and a guest list of exactly 0 redeemed sinners. It was, however, structurally sound, magically warded to Charlie's personal specifications, and, most importantly, home. Baby Harry took to it immediately. He crawled the hallways with the fearlessness of a creature who had survived a killing curse, an interdimensional fall, and a garbage pile in the worst neighborhood in hell, and who had apparently decided that nothing else the universe threw at him could possibly compare. He pulled himself up on furniture that was older than most civilizations. He chewed on things that would have killed a normal infant and suffered no ill effects whatsoever, which Charlie attributed to whatever magic protected him and Vaggie attributed to pure spite. "He gets that from you," Vaggie told Charlie after Harry ate a piece of a hex-warded doorknob and burped sparks. "I don't eat doorknobs. You have spite energy." He absorbed it. The first time Harry called Charlie, Mama, 9 months old, reaching up from his crib in the room they'd converted from a supply closet, Charlie cried for 40 minutes straight and called her father to tell him he was a grandfather. Lucifer's response was a long, complicated silence followed by a rubber duck in the mail and no further comment for 3 weeks. The first time Harry called Vaggie, Mama, a week later, reaching for her while she cleaned her spear. Vaggie went very still, set down the spear, picked him up, and held him against her chest without saying a word. She didn't cry. Her eye got very bright, and she held him for a long time, and when Charlie found them an hour later, Vaggie was asleep in the rocking chair with Harry curled on her chest like a cat, both of them breathing in perfect sync. "Mama," he said clearly 3 days after that, and it stuck. He was 2 when his magic first truly manifested. Not the little sparks and giggles, those had been constant since day 1, a background hum of golden light that followed Harry like fireflies. This was different. This was the day one of the hotel's less savory early visitors, a snake demon named Critch who checked in claiming to want redemption and was actually casing the place to rob, cornered Harry in the East Wing hallway. Charlie and Vaggie were downstairs. They heard the crash. By the time they got there, Critch was embedded 3 inches deep in the opposite wall, unconscious, with hairline cracks radiating out from his body like a spiderweb. Harry was sitting on the floor in the middle of the hallway, surrounded by a corona of light that was gold and, for the first time, threaded with deep, pulsing crimson. Hell's ambient energy, intertwining with his innate magic. He wasn't crying. He was glaring at the unconscious demon with an expression of offended fury that was absolutely devastating on a toddler's face. "Bad," Harry said, pointing at Critch. "Bad man." Charlie scooped him up. Vaggie threw Critch out, literally, physically, through the front door and into the street. They didn't discuss the crimson light until Harry was asleep that night. "It's hell," Vaggie said quietly. "It's in the air, the ground, everything. He's been breathing it since he was a baby. It's mixing with whatever he already had. Is it hurting him? Look at him, Charlie." They both looked at Harry, asleep in his crib, one fist curled around the ear of a stuffed dog Vaggie had won in a territorial dispute with a market vendor. He was rosy-cheeked and peaceful and faintly, very faintly, glowing. "Does he look hurt to you?" "He looks perfect," Charlie said. "He's adapting. Whatever he is, whatever kind of magic that is, it's not fighting hell. It's integrating. Growing." Charlie was quiet for a moment. "He's going to be powerful. He already is. He just put a full-grown demon through a wall and he can barely say full sentences." "We'll teach him," Charlie said, with the calm certainty she brought to everything she believed in. "We'll teach him to use it, control it, be good with it. And if someone comes for him? If whatever hurt him, whoever gave him that scar, comes looking?" Charlie's eyes flickered. For just a moment, the Princess of Hell looked out from behind the cheerful, musical-loving idealist, and what lived in that deeper place was ancient and bright and absolutely merciless. "Then they'll find out what happens when you threaten my son," Charlie said. Vaggie nodded. That was the right answer. He was for the first time Extermination Day came. Charlie had been dreading it for months. The annual purge, angels descending from heaven to cull hell's population, blessed weapons carving through sinners with neither mercy nor hesitation, was the single most terrifying day on hell's calendar, and the idea of Harry anywhere near it made Charlie physically ill. The hotel's wards were strong. Charlie had reinforced them personally, layering her own Morningstar power into the foundations until the building hummed with protective energy. Vaggie, who knew exactly how exorcist angels fought, what weapons they carried, what formations they flew, had mapped out every possible entry point and sealed them with holy steel-tipped barricades she'd built herself. Harry didn't understand why his mothers were scared. He'd never seen them scared before. "Why can't I go outside?" he asked, tugging at Charlie's sleeve as she drew sigils on the basement walls. "Because today is a day we stay inside, Mijo." Vaggie knelt to his level, which she always did when something was serious, because she believed in looking him in the eye. "There are dangerous things outside today. Things even Mom and I have to be careful about. More dangerous than the big spider lady who yells. Much more dangerous." Harry considered this. He was a thoughtful child, already, serious-eyed behind his little glasses, always watching, always processing. Can you fight them? Vaggie's jaw tightened. Once upon a time, she had been one of them. If I have to. Then I'm not scared, Harry said, with the devastating simplicity of a 4-year-old who believed his parents were invincible. He held up his hand, and a ball of gold-crimson light formed in his palm, his favorite trick, the one he'd been practicing all month. And I can help. Charlie made a sound that was either a laugh or a sob. She pulled him into a hug. You're so brave, baby. You're so brave. But today, your job is to stay here and be safe. Can you do that for me? Okay, Mom. He stayed. He sat in the warded basement with Charlie's arms around him and Vaggie standing between them and the door, spear in hand, listening to the screams outside that even the hotel's walls couldn't fully muffle. Harry pressed his face into Charlie's chest and covered his ears, and his magic pulsed around all three of them like a heartbeat, gold and crimson, warm and fierce. When it was over, when the angels withdrew and the streets fell silent except for the weeping, Harry looked up at Charlie and said, "They hurt people." Yes. Why? Charlie didn't have a good answer. She never did, for that question. Because they think it's the right thing to do. Harry's green eyes were hard in a way no 4-year-old should be. It's not. No, Vaggie said from the doorway, her spear still in her hand, her eye blazing. It's not. That was the year Harry stopped being a child who happened to live in hell and became a child of hell, not in his soul, which remained stubbornly, radiantly human, but in his understanding. He knew where he was. He knew what lived here. He knew what came for them once a year, and he knew that the people in this hotel, sinners, demons, the damned, were his family, and someone was allowed to murder them on a schedule. He never forgot it. It informed everything he became. Vaggie started training him when he was 6. He's too young, Charlie said, not for the first time. He put another demon through a wall last week. The week before that, he accidentally set the East Wing on fire because he had a nightmare. He's not too young to learn control, Charlie. He's almost too old. She was right, and Charlie knew it. Harry's magic was growing faster than either of them had anticipated, fed by both his innate wizarding power and the infernal energy that had been part of his environment since infancy. Without training, without structure, it came out in bursts, beautiful and terrifying, a wildfire in the shape of a boy. So Vaggie taught him. Not magic, neither of them fully understood the specifics of his magic, which operated on rules neither hell nor heaven used. But discipline, focus, physical awareness, combat fundamentals. Vaggie had been forged in Heaven's army, had trained as an exorcist, and before her fall she had been good at it. She knew how to fight, how to move, how to read a room and identify threats and position herself for maximum advantage, and she poured all of it into Harry with the methodical intensity of someone who knew exactly what the world could do to people she loved. They trained in the hotel's basement, which Harry had taken to calling the pit, with 6-year-old drama. Vaggie taught him footwork first, how to stand, how to shift weight, how to be rooted and mobile at the same time. Then awareness, how to track multiple targets, how to use peripheral vision, how to listen for the sound that didn't belong. Your magic is your biggest weapon, Vaggie told him, circling him while he held a fighting stance, correcting his elbow position with a tap of her spear. But it's not your only one. Weapons can be taken. Magic can be blocked. Your mind, that's what no one can take from you. Think first. React second. Hit third. What about fourth? Harry asked, grinning. Fourth, you hit again, because anything worth hitting is worth hitting twice. Harry laughed. He had a good laugh, bright and unguarded, the laugh of a kid who'd never been told to be quiet, never been shoved in a cupboard, never been made to feel small. It was Charlie's greatest gift to him, that laugh, the knowledge, bone deep and unshakable, that he was loved exactly as he was. The magic training was harder, because they were making it up as they went. Harry's power didn't work like demon magic or angel magic or anything in between. It had its own logic, its own flavor. The gold was warmth and light and something almost musical, and the crimson was heat and defiance and the deep, volcanic pulse of hell itself. Together they made something new, and Harry learned to wield it through instinct and experimentation. He could move things without touching them by the time he was 7. At 8, he could summon shields of gold-crimson energy dense enough to stop Vaggie's spear mid-thrust. At 9, he discovered he could produce fire, not hellfire, not exactly, but something adjacent, a blaze that burned gold at its core and red at its edges and was hot enough to melt the training dummies Vaggie built for him. "I call it starfire," Harry told Charlie, showing her with his palms cupped, a tiny sun rotating in his hands. "Because it looks like what I think stars look like. From the pictures in your books." Charlie touched his face, brushed his wild hair back from the scar that never fully faded. "It's beautiful, sweetheart. Vaggie says beautiful doesn't matter if it's not useful." "Vaggie would," Charlie said, fondly. "But she's wrong about this one. Beautiful always matters." The hotel's residents trickled in over the years, and each one left fingerprints on Harry's growing soul. Husk arrived when Harry was 7, a grumpy, alcoholic cat demon with wings he didn't like to talk about and a poker face carved from granite. He wanted nothing to do with Charlie's redemption project, nothing to do with the hotel, and absolutely nothing to do with a small human child who kept appearing at the bar and asking questions. "What's that?" "Bourbon. Can I try it?" "You're 7. So no. Get lost, kid." Harry did not get lost. Harry came back every single day, perched on a bar stool with his legs swinging, and watched Husk with the patient, unblinking attention of someone who had learned from Vaggie that observation was the beginning of understanding. After 2 weeks, Husk cracked. "Fine. You want something to do? I'll teach you cards." He taught Harry poker. Then blackjack. Then games that didn't have names in any human language, games played in hell's back rooms where the stakes were memories and years off your sentence and occasionally your fingers. Harry absorbed all of it with frightening speed, not just the rules but the meta, the reading of faces and postures and breathing patterns, the art of the bluff, the science of the tell. "You're a natural," Husk told him grudgingly after Harry beat him 3 hands running at age 9. "You've got good eyes. Mama says eyes are the most important weapon. Your mama's not wrong." Husk poured himself a drink, then poured Harry an apple juice in a matching glass. "You know why most people lose at cards? Not because they're stupid. Because they can't control what their face does when they're feeling something big. Fear, excitement, anger, it all leaks out. You want to win. Learn to feel everything and show nothing until you choose to." Harry took a sip of his apple juice and looked at Husk over the rim with an expression so perfectly neutral that Husk actually laughed, a real laugh, rusty from disuse. "Yeah," Husk said. "You'll be fine." Angel dust arrived when Harry was 8, and the hotel got significantly louder. Angel was brash, crude, emotionally volatile, and wrapped so many layers of performance and bravado around himself that finding the real person underneath was like digging through neon-colored insulation. Harry, 8 years old and utterly without guile, walked right through every layer on day 1. "You're sad," Harry told him, matter-of-factly, on Angel Dust's 3rd night at the hotel, when he found the spider demon sitting alone on the roof, for arms wrapped around himself, staring at the red sky. "Scram, kid. I'm not sad. I'm brooding. It's sexy. Mom says sad and sexy aren't the same thing. Your mom's never seen me cry in lingerie." Harry sat down next to him. Uninvited, unintimidated, completely comfortable. "Mama was sad when she first came here too. She told me. She said she did something bad and lost everything and she thought she didn't deserve good things anymore. But Mom loved her anyway, and then I came, and she said I made her believe she could be good at something again." Angel Dust didn't say anything for a long time. "You know you're freakishly perceptive for an 8-year-old, right?" he said finally. "Husk says I have good eyes." Husk's not wrong. Angel Dust uncurled one arm and slung it around Harry's shoulders, pulling him into a side hug that was too tight and smelled like cheap perfume and something aching. Don't tell anyone I let you see me like this. Okay. I mean it. I have a reputation. Your reputation is safe with me, Uncle Angel. Uncle, oh, don't you can't just, Angel Dust made a strangled sound. Fine. Uncle Angel. Whatever. But I'm the cool uncle. Not the responsible one. You got that? Got it. Angel Dust taught Harry, without meaning to, that vulnerability was its own kind of strength. That the bravest thing a person could do was let someone see them without the armor. Harry filed this away alongside Vaggie's combat training and Husk's poker faces, building an internal architecture of understanding that was far, far beyond his years. Serpentius came next, melodramatic, grandiose, perpetually scheming, perpetually failing. Harry adored him from minute one. Serpentius was the uncle who built elaborate machines that exploded spectacularly, who launched invasion plans against territory he couldn't hold, who failed and got up every time with his hood flared and his ego bruised but intact. Harry saw something in Serpentius that the snake demon didn't even see in himself, persistence in the face of constant defeat, which was just another word for hope. Nifty was. Nifty. She cleaned with manic intensity, spoke in rapid-fire tangents, and had a relationship with hygiene that bordered on the religious. She kept Harry's room immaculate, mended his clothes before he noticed they were torn, and once chased a demon 3 blocks because it tracked mud into the hotel lobby. Harry treated her with fond bewilderment, which was the only appropriate response. And then there was Alastor. The radio demon arrived when Harry was 9, and the temperature in the hotel shifted. Harry was in the lobby when Alastor walked through the front door, announced by a wave of radio static that made every light in the building flicker and every shadow stretch toward him like eager hands. He was tall, red-suited, perpetually smiling, and his eyes were radio dials that glowed with something old and hungry. Harry, sitting cross-legged on the lobby floor practicing his card shuffles, looked up. Their eyes met. The static intensified. Alastor's smile widened, which shouldn't have been possible, but the geometry of his face didn't play by normal rules. He tilted his head like a predator that had caught an unexpected scent. Well, Alastor said, and his voice was a broadcast, a performance, every word landing with the crackle of a vintage radio. What do we have here? A living soul. In the depths of damnation. Now that's a new tune, isn't it? Harry didn't flinch. He'd been raised by the Princess of Hell and an ex-exorcist angel. He'd survived extermination days, put demons through walls, and once accidentally opened a portal in the bathroom that led to a dimension made entirely of teeth. Vaggie had sealed it, they didn't talk about it. A smiling man with a radio voice was not going to rattle him. I'm Harry, he said. You're the radio demon. Mom told me about you. Mom. How delightfully domestic. And what did dear Charlie tell you about little old me? That you're powerful, dangerous, and you always want something. Harry went back to his card shuffle, an advanced false cut Husk had shown him last week. She said I should be polite but never make a deal with you. Alastor laughed, a sound that layered on itself, echoed, harmonized with frequencies that made the walls hum. He knelt down to Harry's level, and up close his smile was a thing of mathematics, too wide, too sharp, too exact. His eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that would have sent most demons running. Smart woman, your mother. But tell me, little prince, aren't you even a little afraid? Harry looked up from his cards. His green eyes met Alastor's crimson dial eyes, and for a moment, just a moment, gold-crimson light flickered in his irises like a match being struck. No, Harry said. Should I be? Alastor stared at him for 3 full seconds. Then he threw his head back and laughed with genuine delight, which was somehow more unnerving than anything else he could have done. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this place, Alastor said. He moved in that day. Charlie accepted him because Charlie accepted everyone and because, frankly, having an Overlord-class demon as an ally was strategically invaluable. Vaggie hated it. She kept herself between Alastor and Harry at every opportunity, her spear within arm's reach, her eye tracking the radio demon's movements with the hypervigilance of a mother wolf watching a fox circle the den. But Alastor was patient. Alastor was always patient. He offered no deals, made no overt moves. He simply watched Harry. Listened to the strange frequency of the boy's magic. Smiled his impossible smile and hummed songs from a century ago and waited. Once, when Harry was 10, he asked Alastor directly, "What do you want from me?" They were alone in the hallway outside Harry's room. Late at night. The hotel was quiet except for Alastor's ever-present static, which dialed down to a whisper in moments like these. "Want?" Alastor repeated, as if the concept amused him. "I want what I've always wanted, dear boy. Entertainment." "And you?" He reached out and tapped Harry's scar with one clawed finger, so quickly that Harry barely registered the movement. "You are the most entertaining thing I've encountered in a very, very long time." Harry's scar pulsed. Just once. A flicker of something green and cold, buried under the gold and crimson. Alastor's eyes narrowed. His smile didn't change, it never changed, but something behind it shifted, deepened, became hungrier. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Don't touch my scar," Harry said, calm and even. "Of course. My apologies." Alastor straightened, adjusting his bow tie. "Sweet dreams, little prince. Do give my regards to whatever's living in that interesting head of yours." He walked away, humming. The static went with him. Harry stood in the hallway for a long moment, his hand pressed to his scar. It was warm. It was always warm, had been as long as he could remember, a low-grade heat that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. He'd never thought much about it. Now, for the first time, he wondered what Alastor had sensed. Harry was 11 years, 3 months, and 6 days old when the owl arrived. It came out of nowhere, literally. One moment, the sky above the Hazbin Hotel was its usual swirling red-black void. The next, a barn owl materialized in a burst of golden light approximately 40 feet above the roof, looking confused, terrified, and deeply offended by its surroundings. It spiraled downward, dodging a flock of hellbats that screamed at it in a language it didn't speak, narrowly avoided a tentacle that reached up from a storm drain, and crashed through the hotel's lobby window with the desperate energy of a postal worker who had seen things no postal worker should see. It landed on the front desk, panting, one wing bent at an odd angle, and dropped a letter from its beak. Harry, who had been sparring with Vaggie in the lobby, she insisted on training in varied environments, because fights don't wait for you to find a gym, caught the letter out of the air without thinking. His hand moved, gold-crimson energy flickered, and the envelope stopped mid-tumble and drifted to his palm like it was magnetized. The owl passed out. "What the hell," Vaggie said, spear still raised. "Literally," Harry said, turning the letter over. The envelope was heavy parchment, yellowed, sealed with a wax crest showing a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger surrounding a large letter H. It was addressed in emerald green ink, and the handwriting was precise and old-fashioned. "Mr. H. Potter, the Hazbin Hotel, Pentagram City, Hell." Harry stared at it. Something in his chest shifted, a tectonic movement, deep and slow, like a fault line waking up. "Mom," he called, not looking away from the letter. "Mama. You should come see this." Charlie arrived first, practically sliding down the banister. She took one look at the unconscious owl, the golden light still fading from the air where it had materialized, and the envelope in Harry's hand, and her expression cycled through confusion, recognition, and something that looked terribly like fear in about half a second. "Oh," she said softly. "You know what this is," Harry said. Not a question. Charlie and Vaggie exchanged a look. The kind of look that parents exchange when the conversation they've been dreading for years finally arrives. "Sit down, Mijo," Vaggie said, and her voice had that particular careful quality it only got when she was about to say something important. "Open it." Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it twice. Then he looked up at his mother's, green eyes steady behind his glasses. "You knew," he said. "You knew I was a wizard." "We knew you had magic from the living world," Charlie said carefully, sitting down across from him. "We've always known that. The golden part of your power, that's not hell, Harry. That's you. That's what you were born with." "We didn't know the specifics," Vaggie added, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. The spear was gone, but her posture was still combat-ready, an old habit that emerged when she was stressed. "We knew you came from the living world. We knew something terrible happened to you, the scar, the dark magic in it. But hell isn't exactly plugged into the living world's networks. We couldn't research it. You never told me." "We were going to," Charlie said quickly. "We had a plan. When you were old enough, I'm old enough now." Silence. The unconscious owl snored softly on the front desk. "Yeah," Vaggie said. "You are." They told him everything they knew, which was frustratingly incomplete. They told him about the night they found him, the rift, the garbage pile, the bleeding scar, the blue blanket with his name stitched into it. They told him they'd tried, over the years, to learn more. Charlie had even asked Lucifer, who had confirmed that dimensional breaches like that were vanishingly rare and usually involved catastrophic magical events on the other side. "Something huge happened the night you fell to us," Charlie said. "Something that broke the walls between worlds, just for a second." "The blanket," Harry said. "My name. Potter. There were people, parents, yes." Charlie's voice was gentle but honest. She had never lied to Harry and she wasn't going to start. "You had parents in the living world. Something happened to them. We don't know what." Harry sat with that for a long time. The lobby was quiet. Somewhere deep in the hotel, Alastair's radio crackled, a distant, distorted melody, as if the radio demon was listening from far away. "This school," Harry said finally, tapping the letter. "Hogwarts. It's in the living world." "Yes. If I go, I can find out what happened. Who I was. Who did this to me." He touched his scar. "If you go," Vaggie said, "you'll be in a world you've never been to, surrounded by people who don't know you, in a society we know nothing about. We can't protect you from here." "I don't need protection. Everyone needs protection sometimes." "Then come with me. Come to this, this magic school. Sit in on classes. Pack my lunch." Harry's mouth twitched. "I'd love to see you explain Mama's spear to the other parents." "Don't tempt me," Vaggie said, but she was almost smiling. Harry looked at the letter again. At the ornate handwriting, the list of required supplies, cauldrons, wand, robes, broomstick. A wand. An actual magic wand. His whole life, he'd done magic with his hands, his will, raw power shaped by instinct and Vaggie's discipline. The idea of a tool for it was both exciting and slightly absurd. "I want to go," he said. Charlie nodded. Her eyes were bright again, the dangerous brightness that preceded tears. "I know you do. But I need you both to hear me when I say this." Harry stood up. He was 11, still small for his age. Charlie fretted about this constantly. Vaggie pointed out that he was fast, which mattered more, but when he spoke, the room listened. Something about him commanded it, not through force or volume, but through a quality of presence that was hard to name. Part Charlie's Morningstar gravity, part Vaggie's steel, part something entirely his own. "This place is my home," Harry said. "You are my family. The hotel, everyone in it, this is where I belong. I'm going to this school to learn what I am, not to become someone else. I'm going to find out who hurt me, and I'm going to find out why. And then I'm coming back." Charlie stood up and crossed the room in 3 steps and held him so tight he could feel her heartbeat. She was crying. She always cried when she was proud, and she was always proud. "You come back to us," she whispered. "Every holiday. Every break. You come home. I promise, Mom." Vaggie didn't hug. Not right away. She walked to the window, looked out at the churning sky of hell, the only sky Harry had ever known, and said, without turning around, "You'll need new clothes. Proper ones. And we need to figure out how to cross over. Mama. And I'm teaching you 3 more disarming techniques before you leave. The ones I was saving. Mama." Vaggie turned. Her eye was fierce, blazing, bright as a star in the dark of her face. She crossed to him, put both hands on his shoulders, and looked at him with an intensity that would have buckled the knees of most demons. "You are the best thing that ever happened to us," Vaggie said. "You walk into that world and you show them who you are. All of it. Don't you dare shrink yourself for anyone. I won't. If anyone threatens you, you do what I taught you. Think first, react second, hit third. Hit fourth too." She pulled him into a hug that was brief and crushing and fierce. "That's my boy." Behind them, the owl woke up, looked around at Hell's lobby with wide, traumatized eyes, and fainted again. Down the hall, in the shadows that pooled like ink beneath the staircase, a radio dial glowed faintly red. Alastor stood perfectly still, cane in hand, his smile wide and knowing. "Hogwarts," he murmured to himself, tasting the word. "A school for wizards. How quaint. How marvelous." The static rose and fell like breathing. "Enjoy your little adventure, young prince," Alastor said softly. "But do remember, no matter how far you go, the signal always reaches." He dissolved into shadow, humming a tune from 1933, and the hallway was empty. Harry, in the lobby, felt the faintest prickle at the back of his neck. He turned and looked at the staircase. Nothing. Just shadows. He turned back to his mother's, to the letter in his hand, to the unconscious owl and the future cracking open before him like a door he'd never known existed. Pentagram City churned outside the windows. The hotel hummed with its old, protective wards. Somewhere upstairs, Angel Dust was arguing with Husk about cheating at cards. Sir Pentious was cackling over a new invention. Nifty was cleaning something that didn't need cleaning. Home. Harry folded the letter carefully, slipped it into his jacket pocket, and said, "So. When do we go shopping?" Charlie laughed through her tears and Vaggie shook her head with the expression of someone who had accepted, long ago, that her life would never be boring. The boy who fell into hell was going back to the world that had lost him. And he was going to shake it to its foundations. Chapter 2, Pentagram to Platform. The morning they left hell, Harry ate breakfast at the hotel bar like it was any other day. Husk slid him a plate of scrambled eggs and toast, real food, not the conjured stuff that tasted like cardboard and regret. The cat demon had spent 2 hours that morning cooking, which he would deny under torture. The eggs were perfect. Harry knew this was Husk's version of a goodbye speech. "Don't lose all your money in the first week," Husk said, polishing a glass that was already clean. "You taught me better than that. I taught you how to take other people's money. Different skill set." Husk set the glass down and looked at Harry, really looked, which he rarely did, because Husk survived by not caring, and looking too closely made that harder. "Watch the people who smile too much. The ones who want something from you before they even know you." "You mean like Alastor?" I mean like everyone. Alastair's just honest about it in his own sick way. Husk's wings rustled. You're going to a world full of people who think they know who you are. That letter, your name, it means something up there. I don't know what, but the way your moms have been acting, it's big. People are going to have expectations. So expectations are chains if you let them be. Play your hand, not theirs. Harry finished his eggs, set down his fork, and did something he almost never did, he walked around the bar and hugged Husk. The cat demon went rigid, wings flaring, every line of his body screaming discomfort. But he didn't pull away. After a moment, one paw came up and rested on Harry's back, awkward and gentle. Get off me, Husk muttered. You're wrinkling my fur. Harry stepped back, grinning. Love you too, Uncle Husk. I will deny that this happened. Angel Dust's goodbye was louder, wetter, and involved being lifted off the ground by 4 arms and squeezed until his ribs creaked. You call me, Angel Dust said, jabbing a finger into Harry's chest. I don't care if you have to use magic or a demon pigeon or whatever, you call me. Every week. I want details. I want gossip. I want to know about every cute boy or girl in this school, I'm 11. So. I'm planning ahead. And if anyone gives you trouble, you tell Uncle Angel. What are you going to do from hell? Angel Dust's expression went cold in a way that was genuinely terrifying from someone usually so theatrical. I'll find a way. Sir Pentious gave Harry a device he'd been building in secret for 3 weeks, a compact, bronze-cased communicator roughly the size of a pocket watch, etched with infernal symbols and powered by a crystal of condensed hellfire. It will allow you to send messages across dimensional barriers. Sir Pentious declared, puffing his hood with pride. Theoretically. Theoretically. I haven't tested it. There may be minor explosions. Define minor. Nothing that would level more than a single room. Sir Pentious pressed it into Harry's hands with an earnestness that made his serpentine eyes shine. I am not good at goodbyes, small Harry. But I have calculated a 93% probability that you will be extraordinary. What's the other 7%? Catastrophic dimensional collapse, but I wouldn't worry about it. Nifty appeared out of nowhere, as she always did, and shoved a package into Harry's arms. Inside were 12 pairs of socks, all hand-knitted, all violently mismatched in color. Dirty socks are the first step toward moral decay, she chirped, then vanished into a vent. Harry stood in the lobby with his bag over one shoulder, the bronze communicator in his pocket, Nifty's socks packed between his spare clothes, and looked at the hotel. The faded grandeur. The Art Deco bones. The cracks in the walls that Charlie kept meaning to fix and never did because she was too busy trying to fix people instead. The chandelier that hadn't worked right since Sir Pentious accidentally shot it. The permanent scorch mark on the ceiling from the time Harry's magic had a growth spurt when he was 7 and he'd sneezed hard enough to blow out every window on the 2nd floor. Home. Every crack and stain and scorch mark, home. Ready? Charlie asked from behind him. Harry turned. His mother stood side by side, Charlie in a red suit she'd clearly agonized over. She wanted to make a good impression on Harry's new wizard world, Vaggie in her usual combat practical clothes with her spear collapsed and sheathed at her hip. They were going with him. At least for the shopping. At least to see him off. Yeah, Harry said. Let's go. Charlie opened the portal. This was not a small thing. Crossing from hell to the living world required either a dimensional breach, rare, catastrophic, how Harry had arrived in the first place, the authority of a celestial being, angels, archangels, God if he was answering calls, which he wasn't, or the raw magical power of a morning star. Charlie was the daughter of Lucifer. The barriers between worlds were strong, but Charlie's blood was older than the barriers. She sang a single note, clear, high, resonant with power that made the air crystallize, and the space in front of them split. Not violently, not like the rift that had brought Harry here. This was controlled, elegant, a doorway woven from golden morningstar light. Through it, Harry could see, grey sky. Rain. A street lined with shops. People walking past with umbrellas. London. The living world. Harry stepped through and felt it immediately, a shift in the very texture of reality. Hell was heavy, saturated, thick with ambient power that pressed on the skin like humidity. The living world was lighter. Thinner. The air tasted different, smelled different. Rain and car exhaust and something green and growing that Harry had no name for because he'd never smelled a living tree. He stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and breathed. Harry. Vaggie's hand was on his shoulder instantly. I'm okay. It's just. He looked up at the sky. Grey clouds. Actual weather. Rain falling from actual clouds in an actual sky that wasn't the color of blood and fire. It's really different. Welcome to London, Charlie said, stepping through behind them. The portal sealed silently at her back. She looked around with wide, delighted eyes. Oh, it's been centuries since I've been topside. Look at those little cars. They're so small now. Focus, Carino, Vaggie said, though she was scanning the street with the same wide-eyed intensity, cataloging exits and threats out of habit. Harry pulled the Hogwarts letter from his pocket. The supply list included an address, Diagon Alley, accessed through the Leaky Cauldron, Charing Cross Road, London. This way, he said, and started walking. He navigated by instinct. Something in him, the golden part of his magic, the wizard part, pulled like a compass needle toward magnetic north. He wove through crowds of Londoners who didn't look twice at them. Charlie had glamoured herself and Vaggie before stepping through, a light illusion that smoothed away the more obviously non-human features. Charlie looked like a tall, pretty blonde woman. Vaggie looked like a sharp-featured Latina with an eye patch. Close enough to their real appearances that Harry didn't find it jarring, different enough that nobody screamed. The Leaky Cauldron was a grimy pub wedged between a bookshop and a record store, and most of the people walking past it didn't seem to see it at all. Harry saw it immediately. The golden thread of his magic brightened as they approached, resonating with something on the other side of that dingy door. This is it. Vaggie looked skeptical. This is the entrance to a magical shopping district. Don't judge, Charlie said. The hotel looked worse when we started. The hotel still looks worse. Vaggie. They went in. The Leaky Cauldron was dark, cramped, and smelled like pipe smoke and old beer. A handful of patrons sat at scattered tables, witches and wizards in robes, Harry realized, actual robes, like the letter had described. They hunched over drinks and newspapers, muttering to each other in the universal language of pub regulars everywhere. The bartender, a bald man with a gummy smile, looked up as they entered. Welcome, welcome. What can I get you folks? Passin' through to the alley, are you? Yes, Harry said. We need to get to Diagon Alley. Right through the back, just tap the bricks. Say, you wouldn't be startin' Hogwarts, would you? You've got that look about you. Harry felt Charlie tense beside him. Vaggie's hand drifted toward her hip. I am, yeah, Harry said easily. First year. Wonderful, wonderful. Name's Tom, I run the place. And you are? Harry Potter. The pub went silent. Every single person stopped what they were doing. Newspapers lowered. Cups froze halfway to lips. Tom the bartender's gummy smile fell open into a gummy gape. A witch in the corner dropped her teacup, and it shattered on the floor, and nobody looked at it because they were all looking at Harry. Bless my soul, Tom whispered. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. And then the pub erupted. They came at him in a wave, hands outstretched, voices overlapping, a dozen people all trying to talk at once. Mr. Potter, it's an honor, Harry Potter, right here in my pub, can I shake your hand? I'm Daedalus Diggle, we've met before, you won't remember, the boy who lived. Harry didn't step back. He held his ground the way Vaggie had taught him, planted, centered, aware of every person in his peripheral vision, and let the first wave of noise wash over him without flinching. Then he raised one hand, palm out, and said clearly, I appreciate the welcome, but I don't know what you're talking about. Silence again. Confused this time. You don't know. Tom stammered. Know what? More confused looks. Whispered consultations. Finally, a young man in a purple turban at the back of the pub stood up and made his way forward, moving with an odd, twitchy nervousness. He extended a trembling hand. P.P. Potter, he stammered. Can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you. P. Professor Quirrell. I'll be your defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Harry shook his hand. The moment their skin touched, his scar gave a sharp, hot pulse, not pain exactly, but a recognition, like a tuning fork struck against its matching frequency. Harry kept his face neutral. Husk's training. Feel everything, show nothing. But he filed it away. The stammer, the turban, the twitch. The way Quirrell's eyes didn't match his nervous smile. And the scar's reaction. Something about this man was wrong. Nice to meet you, Professor, Harry said, releasing the handshake. We should get moving. Lots of shopping to do. He steered Charlie and Vaggie through the back before anyone else could ambush them. In the small courtyard behind the pub, standing in front of a brick wall, he turned to his mothers. What was that about? He asked. Charlie's expression was a complicated thing, part sadness, part worry, part the particular ache of a mother watching her child discover a piece of himself she couldn't give him. Your name means something here, Harry. Something big. I think whatever happened to your birth parents, it made you famous. Famous for what? We'll find out, Vaggie said. Her eye was flint. But first, that professor. The one with the turban. You felt it too. I didn't feel anything. I saw you feel something. Your scar. Harry touched it reflexively. Warm. Always warm. But for a moment in there, it had been hot. Something's off about him. I don't know what. Then we watch him, Vaggie said. From a distance. Don't let him know you noticed. Harry nodded. Then he turned to the brick wall and reached out with his magic, not his hands, his magic, gold-crimson threads probing the wall like fingers reading Braille. He found the pattern instantly. The bricks were encoded, each one humming at a slightly different frequency, and when he pressed the right sequence with a pulse of will, the wall rearranged itself, bricks folding and shuffling and spiraling outward to reveal a cobblestone street bathed in color and noise and magic. Diagon Alley. Harry looked at it. Crooked buildings stacked 3 and 4 stories high, leaning against each other like drunks after closing. Shop windows packed with cauldrons, owls, broomsticks, telescopes, books, robes, crystal vials, silver instruments whose purposes he couldn't guess. Witches and wizards in every color of robe imaginable bustling through the narrow street, shopping bags overflowing, children pressing their faces against window displays of racing brooms. Overhead, owls crisscrossed the sky like feathered mail carriers. It was, objectively, magical. Whimsical. Wonderful. Harry had grown up in Pentagram City, where the buildings were alive and occasionally hostile, where the neon signs advertised services that would make a sailor blush, where overlords carved territories with fear and violence, and where the sky bled red from horizon to horizon. It's cute, he said. Charlie elbowed him gently. Be nice. I'm being nice. It's genuinely cute. It's like a little magic village. He stepped into the street, head turning, taking it in. It's got charm. It's got security gaps, Vaggie murmured, already mapping sightlines and choke points. One way in, one way out. No aerial escape route unless you can fly. Terrible tactical layout. Mama, it's a shopping street. Shopping streets should still have defensible positions. A goblin walked past, waist-high, sharp-toothed, wearing a tiny suit. Harry watched it go with genuine affection. Now that reminds me of home. They started with Gringotts, the wizarding bank, because Vaggie was practical and Charlie had pointed out that they'd need wizard money. The building was white marble, imposing, and guarded by goblins in gold armor who eyed Harry with professional suspicion and Charlie with something harder to read. The bronze doors bore a warning poem about thieves. Harry read it and thought of Husk, who would have taken it as a challenge. Inside, the marble hall was vast, cold, and echoing, lined with goblins at high desks doing the ancient and universal work of counting other people's money. Harry approached the nearest available teller, a particularly gnarled specimen with wire-rimmed glasses and fingers like ginger roots. "I'd like to access the Potter vault," Harry said. "I have my key." He didn't, actually, but he suspected that the letter implied one existed. The goblin peered down at him. Then its eyes went to Harry's scar, and something shifted in its expression, not awe, like the humans in the pub, but a sharp, calculating interest that Harry recognized. It was the look Husk got when he realized someone at the table was better than they appeared. "Name," the goblin said. "Harry Potter." "Key?" "I don't have it yet. It was never delivered to me." The goblin's eyes narrowed. The Potter vault key was entrusted to Albus Dumbledore as magical guardian upon the death of James and Lily Potter. "You would need to. Albus Dumbledore is not my guardian," Harry said calmly. "I was raised by Charlotte Morningstar and Vaggie, neither of whom have ever been contacted by the magical world, received a vault key, or been recognized as my parents. If there's a key, it wasn't given to the right people. I'd like that corrected." The goblin stared at him for a long moment. Behind Harry, Charlie radiated supportive maternal energy. Vaggie radiated the energy of someone who would dismantle this building brick by brick if her son was given the runaround. "Wait here," the goblin said, and disappeared. 10 minutes later, they were ushered into a private office belonging to a goblin named Griphook, who was either a manager or something close to it. Griphook was ancient, iron-eyed, and dressed in a suit that cost more than some of the shops outside. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said, settling behind a desk covered in ledgers. "Your case is unusual. Our records show you as the sole heir of the Potter family, which holds a substantial vault, number 687. The key was indeed given to Albus Dumbledore, who has made periodic withdrawals on your behalf for the past decade." "Withdrawals," Vaggie said flatly. "What kind of withdrawals?" "Modest ones. Consistent with the maintenance of a trust fund for a minor. Nothing beyond the authorized limits." Griphook's tone was careful. Diplomatic. "However, you raise an interesting point regarding guardianship. Our records list no formal magical guardian beyond Dumbledore. No Morningstar. No Vaggie. In fact, our records show Harry Potter's location as," he checked the ledger. "Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." "I've never been to Surrey in my life," Harry said. Griphook looked at him with those iron eyes. "No. I don't imagine you have. You smell of brimstone, Mr. Potter." "Very faintly. Our wards detected it the moment you entered the building." He folded his hands on the desk. "Wherever you've been, it wasn't Surrey. It wasn't anywhere in the mortal realm." Which raises questions that I suspect would be very interesting to answer. But goblins are not in the business of asking questions we don't wish to know the answers to. Silence. Harry respected that enormously. A creature that knew when not to push. "I want a new key," Harry said. "Issued to me directly. And I want Dumbledore's access revoked." Griphook's lips twitched. It might have been a smile. On a goblin, it was hard to tell. "That can be arranged. For a fee." "Of course." The new key was forged in goblin silver and enchanted to respond only to Harry's magical signature, which, Griphook noted with careful neutrality, was atypical. The vault itself was accessed via a mine cart that hurtled through underground caverns at speeds that made Charlie whoop with delight and Vaggie grip the sides with white-knuckled hands and Harry lean into the wind, grinning, because this was nothing compared to the time Serpentius had accidentally launched him across Pentagram City in an untested flying machine. The vault door opened, and Harry looked at a small mountain of gold coins. "Galleons," Griphook said. "The large gold ones. The silver are sickles, 17 to a galleon. The bronze are nuts, 29 to a sickle. My parents left this. The Potters were an old family. Wealthy. This is the trust vault, your personal fund. The family vault is deeper in the bank and accessible only when you come of age." Harry scooped coins into a bag without counting them. He could count later. Right now, there was something more pressing on his mind. Griphook. "My parents, James and Lily Potter. How did they die?" Griphook studied him. "You truly don't know. I was raised somewhere else. Somewhere without access to this world's information." Griphook considered, then nodded once. "James and Lily Potter were murdered on October 31, 1981, by the dark wizard who called himself Lord Voldemort. He was the most feared wizard of that era, perhaps any era. He came to your home in Godric's Hollow to kill you, Mr. Potter. He murdered your father first. Then your mother, who died defending you. Then he turned his wand on you." The vault was cold. Harry's breath made small clouds in the air. Charlie had gone still beside him, her hand finding his shoulder. Vaggie's jaw was set like iron. "But you survived," Griphook continued. "The killing curse, a spell that no one has ever survived, before or since, struck you and rebounded onto Voldemort, destroying him. You were left with that scar and a level of fame that I suspect you will find inconvenient. The wizarding world calls you the boy who lived." Harry stood in his dead parents' vault, surrounded by their gold, and felt the scar on his forehead pulse with familiar warmth. A dark wizard murdered his parents and tried to murder him. The curse rebounded. The resulting blast tore a hole between worlds, and he fell. He fell all the way to hell, where two women who loved each other found him in a pile of garbage and chose to make him their son. "Thank you, Griphook," Harry said. His voice was steady. Vaggie noticed that his hands were steady too. "I appreciate your honesty. Goblins deal in truth and gold, Mr. Potter. Both have value." Griphook paused. "A word of advice, if I may. Albus Dumbledore is considered the greatest wizard alive. He is also a man who keeps many secrets and moves many pieces. You are one of his pieces, or he believes you to be. Tread carefully." "I always do." They left Gringotts with a bag of gold and a name that Harry turned over in his mind like a stone, Voldemort. The wizard who killed his parents. Who tried to kill him. Whose curse had broken the walls between worlds and sent a baby plummeting into hell. Voldemort had destroyed Harry Potter's life. And in doing so, he'd given Harry Potter a family worth more than anything the living world could offer. Harry wasn't sure if that was irony or fate. He suspected it was both. They walked back into the sunlight of Diagon Alley, and Harry shook off the weight of the revelation like a dog shaking off water. There was shopping to do. Robes first. Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions was a cheerful shop staffed by a squat witch who fussed over Harry with pins in her mouth and measuring tape that moved on its own. Harry stood on a fitting stool while the tape measured his arms, his legs, his inseam, fluttering around him like a moth. There was another boy on the next stool. Pale. Pointed face. White blonde hair slicked back with architectural precision. Gray eyes that carried the particular brand of arrogance that comes from being told you're important before you're old enough to question it. He glanced at Harry with the casual evaluation of someone sorting others into categories, useful, irrelevant, or beneath notice. Hogwarts too? The boy asked. Yeah. First year. Yep. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands. He said this the way some people announce they drive expensive cars, not as information but as territory marking. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Harry almost laughed. Almost. The kid had delivered his own name like it was a spell. In Pentagram City, Harry had watched overlords posture and preen and announce themselves with reality-bending dramatic flair. Alastair turned the air to static just by walking into a room, Box's screens blazed with his own face, Valentino filled spaces with the cloying reek of power and perfume. Draco Malfoy, 11 years old and 3 months, standing on a fitting stool with pins in the hem of his robes, was doing a community theater version of the same thing. Harry Potter, Harry said. Draco's composure cracked. Just a flash, eyes widening, mouth parting, before he got it back under control. But the crack had been there, and Harry had seen it, and they both knew it. Potter? The Potter? The boy who lived, yeah. Just found out about that whole thing today, actually. Draco stared at him. Recalculating. Harry could almost see the gears turning. You didn't know. Where have you been? Somewhere else. That's not an answer. I know. Harry smiled. It was a husk smile, pleasant on the surface, giving nothing away. What house do you want to be in? At Hogwarts? Draco seized the topic change with the relief of someone who preferred talking about himself. Slytherin, obviously. My whole family's been in Slytherin. It's the best house for anyone with proper ambition. Where are you hoping? I don't know enough about the houses to have an opinion yet. Well, you'll want to avoid Hufflepuff. Nobody worth anything comes from Hufflepuff. And Gryffindor's full of reckless idiots who think bravery is a substitute for brains. And Slytherin? Cunning. Ambition. Resourcefulness. Draco said it like a sales pitch. A good one, rehearsed, polished. The best wizards in history were Slytherins. What about Voldemort? Dead silence. Draco went white. Not pale, he was already pale, but white, bloodless, as if Harry had reached over and turned off the blood supply to his face. You said, Draco sputtered. You said his name, you don't say, why not? He's dead, isn't he? It's not, people don't, people are afraid of a dead man's name. Draco had no answer for that. He opened his mouth, closed it, looked at Harry as if seeing him for the first time and not knowing what to do with what he found. Madame Malkin chose that moment to announce that Harry's robes were done. Harry hopped off the stool, nodded politely to Draco, and left with his package under his arm. Charlie was waiting outside, holding ice cream she'd bought from a cart. Vaggie was eating hers with the strategic efficiency she applied to everything. Made a friend? Charlie asked. Made a something, Harry said. Books next. Flourish and Blots was a towering labyrinth of shelves that made Charlie squeal with delight and immediately get lost in a section on magical theory. Harry collected his required textbooks, Standard Book of Spells Grade 1, A History of Magic, Magical Theory, assorted others, and then followed his instincts to a shelf in the back corner where he found a book titled The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. He opened it to the index. Found, Potter, Harry. Found, Voldemort. Found, Godric's Hollow. He stood in the back of the bookshop and read the chapter about the night his parents died. All of it. The public version, anyway, which was incomplete and speculative and treated his survival as a miracle without explaining the mechanism. Nobody knew how he'd survived. Nobody knew why the killing curse had rebounded. The prevailing theory was ancient magical protection, which was academic code for, we have no idea. The chapter ended with a paragraph about how Harry Potter had been placed with his mother's Muggle relatives, where he was presumably living a quiet, happy life away from the pressures of fame. Harry closed the book. He hadn't been placed with anyone. He'd been lost. Lost between worlds, caught by chance and love instead of by design. He bought the book and added it to his stack without comment. Potion supplies from the apothecary. Telescope from the astronomy shop. A cauldron, pewter, standard size, that Harry picked up one-handed and then put down in favor of a copper one that felt right, when he touched it, humming against his magic like a tuning fork. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow but charged him without argument. And then, wands. Ollivanders stood at the narrow end of the alley, a single shop front, peeling gold letters reading Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The window display held a single wand on a faded purple cushion. The door creaked when Harry pushed it open. Inside was dust and silence and the feeling of being watched by something very old. "I was wondering when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Then Ollivander materialized from between the shelves, a thin, ancient man with wide, pale eyes that shimmered like moons. He moved with the careful grace of someone who spent his life among fragile things. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every one. Your mother, Lily Evans, 10¼ inches, willow, swishy. Nice wand for charm work. Your father, James Potter, 11 inches, mahogany, pliable. A little more power, excellent for transfiguration." His pale eyes fixed on Harry's scar. "I'm sorry to say I also sold the wand that did that. 13½ inches. You. Very powerful. Very dangerous. I've often wished I hadn't." Harry said nothing. He waited. Ollivander's eyes narrowed. He leaned closer, and his nostrils flared, once, twice. Something shifted in his expression. The professional warmth cooled to scientific curiosity. "You're different than I expected, Mr. Potter. Your magical signature is unusual." He circled Harry slowly, the way you'd circle a sculpture in a gallery, studying it from angles. "There's something else in you. Something that isn't, well. Let's find your wand, shall we?" The process was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Ollivander pulled boxes from shelves with the rapid confidence of long practice, opening each to reveal a wand nestled in tissue paper. Harry tried them one after another. Beechwood and dragon heartstring, nothing. Maple and phoenix feather, nothing. Ebony and unicorn hair, a few reluctant sparks, quickly dying. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, but his eyes were bright with interest rather than frustration. "Tricky, tricky. 12 wands. 20. 30. The pile of rejected boxes grew on the counter. Charlie and Vaggie watched from the chairs by the door. Charlie was gripping Vaggie's hand hard enough to leave marks. "I wonder," Ollivander said suddenly. He disappeared into the deep shelves and returned with a box that was older than the others, dustier, handled with a particular reverence. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." He held it out. Harry wrapped his fingers around it. The world shifted. Heat bloomed from his palm, not uncomfortable, not painful, but right, the way a key feels when it slides into its lock. Gold light erupted from the wand's tip, spiraling upward in ribbons that filled the small shop with warmth and radiance. The shelves hummed. The dust motes froze in the air, suspended in the glow like stars. But then, and Ollivander saw it, pale eyes going wide, crimson threads wove through the gold. Hell's mark. The wand's light shifted, becoming something hybrid, something new, golden warmth and infernal depth braided together, dancing around Harry in a double helix that painted the walls with moving shadows. The light faded. Harry stood in the sudden dimness, the wand in his hand thrumming gently, and felt for the first time in his life that his magic was complete. He'd been using his hands, his will, his raw power, and it had worked, but this was a circuit closing. An instrument meeting its musician. "Curious," Ollivander whispered. "Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. The shop was very quiet. Harry looked at the wand in his hand, holly, pale, elegant, humming with shared history between himself and the man who'd murdered his parents. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And this wand has been waiting for you. Although. Ollivander hesitated. His eyes flickered to Harry's, and for the first time, something like uncertainty crossed that ancient face. I confess, in all my years, I have never seen a wand react quite like that. The red light, that is not something the wand provided. That came from you. I know, Harry said. May I ask? No. Ollivander blinked. Then he smiled, a genuine smile, the smile of a craftsman who has encountered something that exceeds his understanding and finds it thrilling rather than threatening. 7 galleons, Mr. Potter. And I think we may expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. I've heard that before, Harry said, pocketing the wand. People said the same thing about my grandfather. Ollivander frowned. Fleamont Potter was a fine wizard, but I wouldn't say, not him, Harry said, and paid, and walked out into the alley before Ollivander could ask the obvious question. Vaggie was waiting on the street with her arms crossed and one eyebrow raised. Grandfather? Lucifer. Technically. If we're going with the whole adopted family tree. Harry grinned. What? Too much. You're a menace, Vaggie said, but she was fighting a smile. Charlie, who had missed the exchange because she was staring through the window of the magical pet shop, spun around. Harry. They have owls. Do you want an owl? The letter said you could have an owl. Harry did, in fact, get an owl. A snowy owl with amber eyes and a dignified bearing that reminded him powerfully of Vaggie. He named her Hedwig, after a saint he'd read about in one of the hotel's old books, and she perched on his shoulder with the proprietary air of a creature that had chosen its person and intended to keep them. They ate dinner in the leaky cauldron that night, a private room Tom arranged for them, away from the crowds who kept trying to shake Harry's hand. Real food. Shepherd's pie for Harry, soup for Charlie, who kept exclaiming over the taste because Hell's cuisine was hit or miss and mostly miss, and bread and cheese for Vaggie, who ate with one hand and kept the other near her spear. Harry laid out the schoolbooks on the table between them and started reading. A History of Magic first. He wanted context. He wanted to understand the world he was walking into, its rules, its prejudices, its power structures. For houses, he said, summarizing as he skimmed. Gryffindor, bravery, nerve. Slytherin, ambition, cunning. Ravenclaw, wisdom, learning. Hufflepuff, loyalty, hard work. Students are sorted by a magical hat that reads your mind. A hat, Vaggie said. That reads your mind. Apparently. And you're comfortable with that? Mama, I grew up in a building with a laster. A hat is not the most invasive psychic presence I've dealt with. Vaggie conceded the point. Houses determine your social group for 7 years, Harry continued. And apparently, which house you're in shapes your whole identity. Gryffindors are brave. Slytherins are evil. Ravenclaws are smart. Hufflepuffs are nice. That's reductive, Charlie said, frowning. You can't sort people into boxes like that. People are complicated. They can be brave and cunning and smart and loyal. That's like saying every sinner in hell is the same because they all ended up in the same place. I think that might actually be the point you'd make to this school's headmaster, Harry said. If you ever met him. Don't tempt me. No, really. You'd get along. You'd both be very passionate and idealistic about reforming a flawed system and then nothing would change. Charlie threw a bread roll at him. Harry caught it out of the air without looking, which was either magic or Vaggie's reflexes training or both. They talked late into the night. About the school, about Voldemort, about the fame Harry hadn't asked for and wasn't sure he wanted. About Dumbledore, the headmaster who'd apparently been his magical guardian, had access to his vault, and had placed him, on paper, with relatives he'd never met. He lost me, Harry said, turning the thought over. Or he thinks he knows where I am but he's wrong. Either way, he's going to be surprised. Good, Vaggie said. Surprised people make mistakes. Mistakes reveal intentions. That's very Sun Tzu of you, Mama. Sun Tzu was an amateur. I was trained by Heaven's military. Charlie watched them, her partner and her son, sharpening each other like whetstones, speaking in a language of strategy and observation that was as natural to them as breathing. She loved them both so fiercely it made her chest ache. Harry, she said, and her voice was the other one, the one beneath the cheerfulness, the one that belonged to the Princess of Hell, the daughter of the Morningstar. This Dumbledore. This world. They're going to try to tell you who you are. The boy who lived. An orphan. A weapon against Voldemort. A piece in someone's game. I know. You are none of those things. I know, Mom. You are Harry. You are our Harry. And whatever they say, whatever they want from you, you remember that you have a home that loves you and a family that will tear through dimensional barriers to reach you if you need us. I know. Harry reached across the table and took her hand. His green eyes were steady, clear, lit from within by something that was gold and crimson and entirely his own. I know exactly who I am. September 1st came with a grey London morning and a train station that smelled of diesel and rain. King's Cross Station was vast, echoing, mundanely human. Harry stood between platforms 9 and 10 with his trunk, his owl, and his mother's, and felt the barrier before he saw it, a shimmer in the air between the numbered platforms, a membrane of magic that tingled against his senses like static electricity. Platform 9 3/4, Harry said, reading from his ticket. Through the barrier. You run at the wall and it lets you through. You run at a wall, Vaggie repeated. That's the security measure. Running at a wall. Mama. I could breach that in my sleep. This world's security is terrible. Harry took a breath. This was it. The crossing point. On the other side of that barrier was a train that would carry him away from his mother's, away from any portal back to hell, into a world that thought it knew him and didn't know him at all. Charlie's hand found his shoulder. Vaggie's found the other. We can't come through with you, Charlie said, and her voice was steady, which meant she was holding on by her fingernails. The glamour won't hold in a concentrated magical environment. They'd see what we are. I know. Write us. Use that communicator Sir Pentious made, if it works. I will. And Harry, Charlie knelt. She was taller than him, and kneeling brought them eye to eye. Up close, even through the glamour, he could see his mother, really see her, the warmth and the light and the ancient, fierce love that was the truest thing about her. I am so proud of you. Every single day. From the moment I pulled you out of that garbage pile, you have been the greatest adventure of my life. Mom, I'm going to school, not to war. It might be both. You don't know. She pulled him into a hug. He let her hold on as long as she needed to, which was a while. Vaggie didn't kneel. She stood at her full height, looked down at him, and said, remember your training. Trust your instincts. Keep your wand hand free and your back to the wall. Yes, Mama. And have fun. The ghost of a smile. I hear school is supposed to be fun. I'll do my best. That's always been enough. She hugged him. Brief. Crushing. She pressed her lips to the top of his head and then stepped back and squared her shoulders and became the soldier again, because if she stayed soft for one more second she was going to break, and Vaggie did not break where people could see. Harry gripped the handle of his trunk, settled Hedwig's cage under his arm, and looked at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He didn't run at it. He walked. Steady, unhurried, the walk of someone who was not afraid of walls or what lay behind them. The barrier swallowed him, and he stepped through into a world of steam and scarlet. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Families milled around a massive scarlet steam engine, the Hogwarts Express, loading trunks, herding children, shouting last-minute reminders over the hiss of steam and the shriek of owls. Cats wound between legs. Toads escaped from pockets. A harried mother was bellowing at a set of red-headed twins about something they'd done or were about to do. Harry moved through the crowd like water through rocks. He'd learned crowd navigation in Pentagram City, where the crowds were bigger, meaner, and occasionally on fire. This was nothing. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train, stowed his trunk, set Hedwig's cage on the seat, and sat by the window. The platform was still visible. Somewhere out there, on the other side of the barrier, his mothers were standing in a London train station, probably holding each other, definitely not crying, definitely crying. Harry pressed his hand against the cool glass and kept it there until the train lurched into motion. England unrolled outside the window. Green fields, hedgerows, rivers, sky. So much green. Hell was reds and blacks and neons, a palette of intensity and heat. This was soft. Gentle. A watercolor world. The compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. A red-haired boy with a smudge on his nose and the resigned expression of someone wearing hand-me-down clothes. Tall for 11, gangly, holding a rat in one hand and a battered trunk in the other. All yours, Harry said, gesturing to the opposite seat. The boy wrestled his trunk in, sat down, and spent a few seconds arranging himself and his rat into something comfortable. Then he looked at Harry. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. His mouth opened. Harry watched the familiar sequence, shock, recognition, the hungry glance at the scar, and waited. You're, blimey, are you really? Have you really got the, Ron gestured at his own forehead. Harry lifted his fringe. The lightning bolt scar was vivid against his skin, and in certain lights, if you looked closely, you could see the faintest crimson shimmer around its edges, Hell's mark, woven into the wound. Wicked, Ron breathed. It's just a scar. It's not just a scar, mate, you're the boy who lived. You defeated you-know-who. When I was a baby. I don't remember any of it. Honestly, I think the credit should go to my mum. He meant Lily. He also meant Charlie. Both had saved him, in different ways. Ron stared at him with open fascination. Harry bore it patiently. There was something likable about Ron Weasley, an openness, a guilelessness, a complete inability to hide what he was feeling. After years of living with people who wore masks, Alastor's smile, Husk's apathy, Angel Dust's bravado, Ron's transparency was refreshing. So, Harry said, steering the conversation. Tell me about Hogwarts. I'm new to all of this. Ron was delighted to oblige. He talked about the houses, the teachers, the ghosts, Quidditch, which Harry had never heard of and which Ron described with religious fervor, the moving staircases, the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall. Harry listened, asked questions, and filed information away with the systematic attention Vaggie had trained into him. The compartment door opened again midway through Ron's passionate explanation of why the Chudley Cannons were going to win the league this year despite all evidence to the contrary. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth stood in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Her expression was anxious, bossy, and fiercely intelligent all at once. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Ron said. Sorry. The girl's eyes swept the compartment, cataloging. They landed on Harry and widened with recognition, but instead of the gasping, staring routine, she squared her shoulders and said, "You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "I've read those too," Harry said. "Mostly inaccurate." She blinked. "You've read them?" "This week. I like to know what people think they know about me. It's usually wrong." The girl, Hermione Granger, she introduced herself with the rapid-fire delivery of someone who was used to being the smartest person in the room and wasn't sure anyone else appreciated it, sat down without being invited and launched into a comprehensive analysis of the Hogwarts curriculum. Ron looked pained. Harry listened attentively, because Hermione Granger knew things, and knowledge was power, and Vaggie had always said you should never turn away a source of intelligence just because the packaging was irritating. "Which house do you want?" Hermione asked. "I'll go where the hat puts me." "What about you?" "Gryffindor." Dumbledore was in Gryffindor. Harry filed that away too. The train rocked through the countryside. The sky darkened. Ron ate chocolate frogs and taught Harry wizard card games that were simpler than anything Husk had thrown at him but charming in their own way. Hermione lectured about spell theory and noticed that Harry was the only one actually listening. A round-faced boy named Neville appeared, still looking for his toad, and Harry summoned it from under the seat with a casual flick of his wand, his first intentional spell, wordless and wandless in conception but channeled through the holly wand, and the result was a toad sailing smoothly into Neville's astonished hands. Hermione stared. "That was a summoning charm. That's fourth-year magic." "How did you, lucky guess," Harry said, which was a lie. He'd been doing telekinesis since he was 7. The wand just made it cleaner. Draco Malfoy appeared in the doorway 10 minutes before they were due to arrive, flanked by 2 large boys who served as bookends and apparently as muscle. He looked at Harry, at Ron, at Hermione, and arranged his face into the particular sneer of a boy who'd been told his whole life that some people were simply better than others. "So it's true. Harry Potter is on the train." He stepped into the compartment. The 2 bookends filled the doorway behind him. "I'm Malfoy. We met in Madame Malkin's." "I remember. You'll find some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." His eyes slid to Ron, dismissive, then to Hermione, worse. "I can help you there." He extended his hand. Harry looked at it. Then he looked up at Draco's face, the practiced superiority, the rehearsed disdain, the cracks underneath where a scared kid was desperately performing the only role he'd ever been taught. "Draco," Harry said, and his voice was mild, conversational, utterly without heat. "Where I come from, the wrong sort of people are the ones who decide someone's value before they know their name. You walked in here, looked at my friends, and judged them in 2 seconds. That's not cunning. That's not ambition. It's just lazy." The compartment went dead silent. Draco's hand hung in the air. His face cycled through shock, anger, humiliation. The 2 bookends shifted. Ron was staring at Harry with undisguised awe. Hermione's mouth had fallen open. "I'm not picking a fight," Harry added. "And I'm not making an enemy. I'm telling you the truth, which is more than I think most people do. You can take it or leave it." Draco's jaw worked. For one long second, something almost like vulnerability flickered in his gray eyes, something that looked very much like "what if he's right," and then the mask slammed back down, harder than ever. "You'll regret that, Potter," Draco said, and turned and walked out, his bookends scrambling to follow. "Blimey," Ron said. You told off Draco Malfoy, his dad is, probably someone important." "It doesn't matter." "It kind of matters, mate. Lucius Malfoy is, Ron." Harry leaned forward, elbows on knees. "I was raised by the Princess of Hell and an ex-angel warrior. I've been through things that make schoolyard politics look like a tea party. Draco Malfoy's dad could be the Minister of Magic and I wouldn't care. People are what they do, not what their parents did. Ron went quiet. Hermione was watching Harry with an expression of intense, analytical interest, the look of someone who had just found a puzzle worth solving. "That's an unusual philosophy," Hermione said. "For a wizard." "I'm an unusual wizard." The train slowed. Lights appeared in the darkness, a station, a platform, and beyond it, visible through the rain-streaked windows, a castle. Hogwarts. It rose out of the darkness like a dream, turrets and towers, lit windows burning gold against the black sky, the whole impossible mass of it reflected in a vast, dark lake. It was enormous, ancient, and it hummed with a magic so deep and layered that Harry felt it in his teeth. He stepped off the train into the cold night air, rain misting his glasses, and looked up at the castle. His magic stirred, gold and crimson, wizard and hellfire, reaching out toward the ancient wards that surrounded the school like a heartbeat. The wards reached back. For a moment, just a moment, Harry felt the castle notice him, a vast, slow awareness, old as the stone, turning its attention toward the boy who burned with two kinds of fire. And somewhere far away, in an office at the top of a tall tower, an elderly wizard with half-moon spectacles looked up from his desk as every silver instrument on his shelves whirred to life simultaneously, spinning and whistling and puffing smoke. Albus Dumbledore stared at them. His blue eyes, normally twinkling, were sharp and still. "Interesting," he said to the empty room. "Very interesting indeed." Harry followed the other first years down to the boats and across the Black Lake. The castle grew larger with every stroke of the oars, filling the sky, filling the world, filling the future. He thought of Charlie's hug. Vaggie's last words. The hotel, burning bright in the red dark of hell. His family. He touched the communicator in his pocket. It was warm. It was always warm. "All right," Harry said softly, to himself, to the castle, to whatever was coming. "Let's see what you've got." The boats reached the shore, and Harry Potter stepped into the world that had lost him, and he was not lost at all. The Sorting Hat was placed on a stool in front of the entire school, and it sang a song about the four houses that Harry found reductive but catchy. The great hall was a cathedral of candlelight and enchanted ceiling and long tables packed with students in color-coded robes, and it reminded him of the hotel lobby on a good night, controlled chaos, social jockeying, the hum of competing personalities in a shared space. Professor McGonagall called names from a scroll. Students walked up, sat on the stool, received the hat. Some sorts were instant. Others took longer. The hall watched and cheered and whispered. "Potter, Harry." The whispers became a roar. Every head turned. Every eye found him. Harry walked to the stool with Vaggie's posture, straight spine, even stride, eyes forward, and sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. The brim fell over his eyes, and suddenly he was somewhere else, a dark, private space that smelled like old leather and centuries of accumulated thought. "Well, well, well," said a voice in his head. Not Alastair's radio broadcast voice, this was drier, older, more amused. "What have we here?" "Harry Potter. The boy who lived." "Although that's rather underselling it, isn't it?" Harry said nothing. He sat still and waited, the way Vaggie had taught him to wait, alert, patient, giving nothing away for free. "Oh, you don't need to guard yourself from me, child. I've sorted 1,000 years of students. I've seen every secret, every fear, every ambition. You can't surprise me." Harry thought, very deliberately, of home. He let the hat see the hotel, its crumbling grandeur, its misfit residents, the neon-stained streets of Pentagram City outside its windows. He let it see Charlie, golden and fierce. Vaggie, steel and love. Husk's cards and Angel Dust's laughter and Alastair's smile and the red, red sky. The hat went silent. "That's hell," it said, after a very long pause. "That's home," Harry thought. Another long pause. Harry could feel the hat's consciousness pressing against his, not intrusively but with the careful, thorough attention of something that was fundamentally designed to understand. You have courage, oceans of it, the deep kind, not the flashy kind. You have cunning, real cunning, survival cunning, learned from creatures that would eat most of my students alive. You have a mind like a knife, sharp and curious. And you have loyalty that goes to the bone. The hat paused again. You could go anywhere. Truly anywhere. Slytherin would sharpen you. Ravenclaw would challenge you. Hufflepuff would ground you. And Gryffindor? Gryffindor would give you a family of people brave enough to stand beside you when the fire comes. And fire is coming, Mr. Potter. I can feel it in that scar of yours. Something dark. Something patient. Something that has been changed by the place you call home in ways I do not fully understand. Harry felt the hat's attention focus on his scar. Felt it flinch. What is that? The hat whispered. I don't know yet, Harry thought. But I'm going to find out. Yes. I believe you will. The hat seemed to gather itself. You know, in 1,000 years, I've never sorted someone who's lived in hell. You'll be one for the history books, Mr. Potter. Wherever I put you, you're going to change things. Good. Then let it be, Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted. Harry lifted the hat from his head, set it on the stool, and walked to the cheering table. He sat between Ron, already sorted, beaming, and Hermione, sorted right before him, trying to look dignified and failing because she was smiling too hard. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy sat at the Slytherin table with his jaw tight and his eyes unreadable. Harry looked up at the head table where the teachers sat. His eyes found Dumbledore, tall, silver-bearded, radiating benevolent authority from behind half-moon spectacles. Their eyes met. Dumbledore smiled. Harry didn't. Next to Dumbledore, a hook-nosed man in black robes was staring at Harry with an expression of such complex, layered hostility that it was almost impressive. Their eyes met, and Harry's scar gave a twinge, not the hot, sharp recognition from Quirrell, but something older, sadder, angrier. Snape. That would be Snape. And at the end of the table, turban wobbling, Professor Quirrell sat with his eyes fixed on his plate and his hands clasped together and his whole body vibrating with a nervousness that Harry no longer believed was natural. Harry turned to Ron and said, "So. Tell me about Quidditch again." The feast appeared, mountains of food, more variety than Harry had seen in his life, because Hell's culinary scene was limited and the hotel's kitchen was a war zone. He ate roast chicken and potatoes and something called treacle tart that he immediately decided was the best thing the living world had ever produced, and he talked with Ron about Quidditch and with Hermione about classes and with a ghost named Nearly Headless Nick about the history of the school, and he felt, for the first time in this strange new world, something like belonging. Not home. The hotel was home. But this was good. This was a place he could learn, grow, test himself against something other than the daily apocalypse of Pentagram City. After the feast, the Gryffindors followed a prefect up 7 flights of moving staircases to a portrait of a fat lady who demanded a password. The common room beyond was warm, round, hung with crimson and gold, his colors, Harry realized with a small, private smile. Not because of Gryffindor. Because crimson and gold had been his magic's colors since he was 2 years old, since Hell's energy first braided itself into his wizarding power. He'd been wearing these colors his whole life. He was exactly where he belonged. In his dormitory, he drew the curtains around his 4-poster bed, pulled the bronze communicator from his pocket and pressed the crystal. Static. A hiss. A pop. Then, thin and distant but unmistakable, Charlie's voice. "Harry? Harry, is that you? Can you hear me?" "I can hear you, Mom." A sound that might have been a sob or a laugh. "How was it? Tell me everything. I'm in Gryffindor. The food's amazing. The castle is alive, I can feel it in my magic. I made 2 friends. A boy named Ron and a girl named Hermione. Oh, Harry. Charlie's voice was thick with emotion. I'm so happy. Are you happy? I am. I really am. Vaggie's voice cut in, crisp and clear. The teachers. Tell me about the teachers. Harry smiled. There's one I need to watch. A professor named Quirrell. My scar reacted to him. Something's wrong. Silence on the line. Then Vaggie, trust your instincts. Don't confront him alone until you know more. I won't. And Harry? Yeah, Mama. We're proud of you. The communicator crackled. The signal was fading, dimensional barriers reasserting themselves, the connection straining. Harry heard Charlie say, "We love you," before the static swallowed everything and the crystal went dark. He held the communicator for a moment, warm in his palm. Then he tucked it under his pillow, lay back, and stared at the canopy of his bed. Hogwarts hummed around him. Ancient, watchful, alive. His scar pulsed gently, warm, always warm. His wand lay on the nightstand, holly and phoenix feather, brother to the wand that killed his parents. And somewhere, far below, in a place that burned with neon and hellfire, his family was waiting for him. Harry closed his eyes and slept, and his dreams were full of crimson and gold. Chapter 3, Among Lions and Serpents. Harry woke before dawn on his first morning at Hogwarts because Vaggie had trained the habit into him since he was 6. The person who controls the morning controls the day, she'd said, dragging him out of bed in the hotel basement for footwork drills while the rest of hell slept. He'd hated it at 6. By 11, it was instinct. The dormitory was dark, filled with the heavy breathing of sleeping boys. Ron was sprawled diagonally across his bed, one foot hanging off the edge, snoring with impressive commitment. Neville had burrowed so deep into his blankets that only a tuft of hair was visible. Seamus Finnegan was muttering in his sleep, something about a match. Harry dressed in silence, pocketed his wand, and slipped out. Hogwarts at 5 in the morning was a different creature than the bustling castle of the night before. The corridors were empty, stone-cold, lit by guttering torches that cast jumping shadows on walls hung with portraits of sleeping witches and wizards. Harry's footsteps echoed as he walked, and with every step he felt the castle's awareness pressing against his own, not hostile, not welcoming, just there, vast and ancient and curious. He found his way to the entrance hall by instinct, then out through the massive oak doors into the grounds. The air hit him like a wall of cold, wet green. Scotland in September. Dawn was a grey smear on the eastern horizon, and mist rolled off the lake in slow, heavy waves. Everything smelled of earth and rain and growing things, a sensory vocabulary Harry was still learning, because hell didn't have seasons, didn't have weather, didn't have grass. He stood on the stone steps and breathed. Then he trained. Vaggie's drills. Footwork first, the dance she'd carved into his muscle memory, forward back lateral pivot, weight centered, hands free. Then forms, the combat sequences she'd adapted from her exorcist training, stripped of angelic weapons and rebuilt around Harry's magic. He moved through them on the damp grass, his body cutting shapes in the mist, gold-crimson energy flickering at his fingertips in controlled pulses. Strike, guard, redirect, counter. Each movement flowed into the next with the kind of fluidity that only came from 5 years of daily practice. He wasn't showing off. There was nobody to show off for. This was maintenance, the same way a musician plays scales, the same way a blade stays sharp through use. His magic responded to the movement, rising and falling with his breathing, synchronized with his heartbeat. The wand stayed in his pocket. He didn't need it for this. 45 minutes later, breathing hard, sweat cooling on his skin despite the cold, he stopped. The sun was cresting the mountains. The lake was turning from black to silver. Somewhere inside the castle, the first sounds of waking echoed through stone corridors. Harry showered, dressed in his Gryffindor robes, crimson and gold, always crimson and gold, and went down to breakfast. He was one of the first in the Great Hall. He ate porridge and toast and eggs, drank pumpkin juice that tasted nothing like any juice he'd ever had and everything like something he could get used to, and studied his timetable. Monday, Transfiguration with McGonagall, double potions with Snape and the Slytherins. Tuesday, Charms with Flitwick, Herbology, History of Magic. Wednesday, Defense against the Dark Arts with Quirrell. He was looking forward to all of it, but Wednesday especially. Quirrell was the unknown variable. The man who made his scar react. Harry intended to sit in that classroom with every sense Vaggie had trained into him cranked to maximum and watch. Ron appeared at breakfast looking like he'd been dragged through a hedge. "How are you already dressed? What time did you get up? Are you a morning person?" "That's disgusting." "There's toast," Harry said, pushing the rack toward him. Ron's outrage dissolved instantly in the face of carbohydrates. Transfiguration was first, and Professor McGonagall was immediately Harry's favorite teacher. She was sharp. Not sharp in the way Snape apparently was, pointed and cruel, weaponizing intelligence against children, but sharp in the way Vaggie was sharp, precise, demanding, utterly without patience for laziness but willing to meet genuine effort with genuine respect. She opened the class by turning her desk into a pig and back again, which got everyone's attention, and then spent the rest of the hour on the theory of transformation. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she said, fixing them all with eyes that could have cut glass. "Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She gave them a match and told them to turn it into a needle. Harry studied the match. He turned it over in his fingers, feeling its weight, its texture, the molecular structure that his magic could sense if he concentrated. A match was wood and sulfur and a red phosphorus tip. A needle was steel and point and eye. The transfiguration wasn't about forcing one to become the other, he could feel that immediately. It was about understanding both objects so thoroughly that you could convince reality to bridge the gap. He pulled his wand, pointed it at the match, and thought about needles. Not the word, not the image, but the essence, the sharpness, the density, the cool metallic purpose of a needle. His magic moved through the wand like water through a pipe, gold with crimson undertones, and the match shivered and changed. Wood became steel. Red tip became pointed end. Rough texture became smooth, gleaming metal. A perfect needle sat on his desk. McGonagall, who had been circling the room, stopped behind him. He felt her stillness before he turned. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her voice was carefully neutral in a way that suggested strong feelings being held in check. "Have you practiced transfiguration before?" "No, Professor." "First time." She picked up the needle, examined it, tested the point against her fingertip. Her eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch, which on McGonagall was the equivalent of someone else falling out of their chair. "This is perfect work. On your first attempt." She set the needle down. 5 points to Gryffindor. She walked away. Hermione, who had been stabbing her match with her wand for 10 minutes and had only managed to make it slightly pointier, stared at Harry with an expression that was 50% admiration and 50% competitive fury. "How?" she whispered. "I've been using magic since I was 2. Just not with a wand." That doesn't, the theory, I didn't use theory. I just understood what I wanted the match to become and asked my magic to do it." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, then stopped, reassessed, and pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. "Tell me everything about your magical training." "Everything. From the beginning." Harry laughed. "That would take a while. We have 7 years. He liked her. She was relentless in the way that ambitious people were relentless, not for power or status, but for understanding. She wanted to know things the way other people wanted to breathe. It reminded him of Charlie, actually, that unquenchable need to dig deeper, to believe that the next answer was the one that would change everything. "I'll make you a deal," Harry said. "I'll tell you about my training if you teach me the theory I'm missing." I can do magic, but I don't always know why it works. I just know that it works. Hermione's eyes lit up. She'd found something even better than a puzzle. She'd found a project. Potions was a descent into hostile territory. The classroom was in the dungeons, cold, dark, lined with jars of things floating in murky liquid. Harry had grown up in hell. He was familiar with aesthetic choices designed to intimidate. This was amateur hour compared to Alastair's broadcast room, where the shadows moved on their own and the microphone whispered in frequencies that made your bones itch. But he could feel the intent behind it. Snape wanted his students uncomfortable, off balance, reactive. A man who arranged his workspace as a weapon. The Slytherins filed in and took one side of the room. The Gryffindors took the other. Draco Malfoy sat front and center, flanked by his bookends, Crabbe and Goyle. Harry had learned their names, looking satisfied with himself in the way that people look satisfied when they're on home turf. Snape entered like a storm front. The door banged open, robes billowing, and he swept to the front of the room with a theatrical grace that would have made Alastair applaud. He was tall, sallow, hook-nosed, and his black eyes held a particular quality of contained venom that Harry recognized. He'd seen it in Vaggie on bad days, the look of someone carrying a wound that had never healed and had learned to weaponize the pain. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class, Snape said, his voice barely above a whisper and somehow filling the room. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. Silence. The class was rapt. Snape had presence, Harry had to give him that. Then Snape's eyes found Harry, and the contained venom spiked. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The word dripped with disdain. Draco smirked. The Slytherins stirred with eager anticipation. Harry met Snape's gaze and held it. He didn't blink. He didn't look away. He didn't fidget or flush or do any of the things that Snape was clearly expecting. A beat passed. 2. Snape's eyes narrowed. Something flickered behind them, confusion, maybe, or the recalculation of a man who had prepared a script and found his scene partner wasn't playing the expected role. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot up. Harry didn't look at her. He looked at Snape. The draught of living death, Harry said. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death. Asphodel is a lily that grows on graves, and wormwood means bitterness or absence. In the Victorian language of flowers, the combination means, I bitterly regret your death. He paused. Interesting choice of question for the son of Lily Potter. The room went absolutely silent. Snape's face drained of color. Not anger, something deeper, something that hit bone. For one raw second, Harry saw past the mask, past the venom and the performance, and what lived underneath was grief. Old, calcified, load-bearing grief. The kind you built yourself around because removing it would bring the whole structure down. Harry hadn't planned that. He'd read about the language of flowers in one of Charlie's books, and the connection had leaped out at him when Snape asked the question, and he'd said it before the filter engaged. He didn't regret it. But he filed away Snape's reaction with husk-trained precision, because that grief was specific. That was the grief of a man who had loved Lily Potter. The moment passed. Snape's mask slammed back into place so hard you could almost hear it. 1 point from Gryffindor, Snape said, his voice ice, for impertinence. For answering your question correctly. For answering it in a manner designed to provoke. This is my classroom, Potter. You will conduct yourself accordingly or you will leave it. Harry held the stare for one more second, a deliberate choice, not defiance for its own sake but a message, I see you. I'm not afraid of you. And I know something you didn't expect me to know. Then he nodded once and looked down at his cauldron. Snape moved on. The lesson proceeded. But the dynamic had shifted, and everyone in the room felt it. Snape didn't call on Harry again. Didn't single him out, didn't needle him, didn't perform the casual cruelty that Harry heard he visited on other Gryffindors. He just avoided Harry's section of the room, as if proximity was physically painful. Draco, watching from the Slytherin side, looked unsettled. He'd come into this class expecting entertainment, the famous Potter humiliated by his head of house. Instead, he'd watched Potter absorb Snape's attack, redirect it, and leave Snape visibly shaken. That wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Draco was beginning to suspect that Harry Potter didn't follow scripts. After class, Ron caught up to Harry in the corridor. "Mate. What was that? The flower thing? How did you even know that?" "My mom has a lot of books." "Your mom, the Muggle aunt?" Ron looked confused. Harry hadn't told anyone the full truth yet. "I didn't think Muggles knew about magical plants." "She's not a Muggle. And she's not my aunt." Harry kept walking, and the tone of his voice closed the subject with the gentle finality of a door latching shut. Ron, to his credit, didn't push. The first week settled into a rhythm. Harry attended classes, excelled at all of them, and tried to be subtle about it. The trying lasted approximately 2 days before he gave up, because Vaggie's voice in his head kept saying "Don't you dare shrink yourself for anyone," and Charlie's kept saying "Be who you are, sweetheart," and the simple truth was that Harry Potter was magically gifted in a way that no amount of modesty could disguise. In charms, Professor Flitwick, a tiny, enthusiastic wizard who stood on a pile of books to see over his desk, taught them the levitation charm. Harry's feather rose on the first attempt, hovered at the exact height he wanted, spun lazily, and then, because Harry was feeling playful, folded itself into a paper crane and flew around the room before settling on Flitwick's head. The tiny professor was so delighted he fell off his books. In herbology, Professor Sprout, warm, earthy, perpetually soil-stained, had them repotting mandrakes. The screaming plants didn't bother Harry. He'd grown up next door to angel dust. In history of magic, Professor Binns, a ghost who had died at his desk and apparently not noticed, droned through lectures so monotonous that the entire class fell asleep. Harry stayed awake through sheer discipline, took detailed notes, and supplemented them with his own reading. The history of the wizarding world was fascinating despite Binns's best efforts to make it boring. The politics, the wars, the prejudices, pureblood supremacy, Muggle-born discrimination, the cycles of fear and persecution, reminded him of Hell's power dynamics, where overlords carved territories and the powerful exploited the weak, and the system perpetuated itself because changing it required more courage than most people had. Charlie would have had opinions. Charlie always had opinions about systems that failed people. Astronomy was held at midnight in the tallest tower, and Harry loved it. Not for the coursework, charting stars and planets, but for the sky. The real sky. Stars. He'd never seen stars before coming to the living world, and even after weeks at Hogwarts, they still took his breath away. Hell's sky was a roiling canopy of red and black, beautiful in its own volcanic way, but it had no stars. Looking up at the clear Scottish night, at the impossible scattered diamonds of the Milky Way, Harry understood for the first time why humans had spent their entire history looking upward. He wrote about it to Charlie, using the communicator during the brief windows when the signal punched through. "The stars are real, Mom. They're actually real. I always thought your books were exaggerating." Charlie's response, crackling and distant, "They're even more beautiful than the books say, aren't they?" "Yeah. They really are." A pause. Static. Then Charlie's voice, soft, "Your mother, Lily, she probably showed you the stars when you were a baby." "Before." Harry touched his scar. "Maybe. I think she did. I think she held you up to the window and showed you the sky and told you about the stars. I think that's what mothers do." He didn't trust himself to speak for a moment. When he did, his voice was steady. You showed me something better. You showed me that home doesn't have to be a place. It's just wherever the people who love you are. Static. A sound that was definitely crying. Then Vaggie's voice cutting in, she's going to be useless for an hour now. Good job. Love you, Mama. Love you. Now tell me about the security gaps in this castle. Harry grinned and launched into a detailed tactical assessment that made Vaggie simultaneously proud and horrified. Flying lessons happened on Thursday, and Harry discovered that he was born for the air. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, lined them up on the Quidditch pitch with school brooms, rickety, unreliable things that vibrated ominously. She demonstrated the basics: mount, kick off, hover, lean to steer. Harry mounted his broom, kicked off, and flew. It wasn't like anything else. Not like training, not like magic, not like the adrenaline of combat practice with Vaggie. It was freedom, raw, physical, intoxicating. The broom responded to his thoughts as much as his movements, and Harry's thoughts said faster, higher, more. He shot upward 50 feet in 3 seconds, banked hard, rolled, dove, pulled up so close to the ground that his robes brushed the grass, and climbed again with a whoop that startled a flock of birds out of the nearest tower. It was the closest thing to joy he'd felt since leaving the hotel. Madam Hooch was shouting something from below, but Harry couldn't hear her over the wind and didn't particularly care. He'd ridden Sir Pentius's flying machines, erratic, explosive, unreliable. He'd hitched a ride on a hellhound once when he was 8, clinging to its back as it tore through Pentagram City at a full sprint, and Vaggie had nearly killed both him and the dog. This was better. This was control and speed, and the whole world spread out below him like a map. He came down eventually, landing with a precision that suggested someone who'd been flying for years rather than minutes. The class was staring. Ron was grinning. Hermione looked mildly terrified. Madam Hooch was somewhere between fury and awe. Mr. Potter, she said, in a tone that couldn't decide if it was a reprimand or a recruitment pitch, that was the most reckless and talented piece of flying I have seen from a first year in 20 years. Thank you, Professor. It wasn't entirely a compliment. She studied him. I'm speaking to Professor McGonagall about you. By dinner that evening, Harry had been made Gryffindor's new seeker, the youngest house player in a century. McGonagall had personally escorted him to the trophy case to show him his father's name on the old Gryffindor Quidditch team. James Potter was one of the finest seekers Hogwarts ever produced, she said, and her stern face softened with something that looked like memory. It seems the talent runs in the blood. Harry looked at his father's name on the gold plaque. James Potter, Seeker, 1975 to 1978. A man he'd never known, who had died defending him, who had been a Gryffindor and a flyer and a father for only 15 months. I'll make it worth it, Harry said. McGonagall looked at him sharply. Make what worth it? The spot. His name. All of it. She was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded, once, and walked away, and if her eyes were brighter than usual, neither of them mentioned it. The troll came on Halloween. Harry had been aware, on some level, that October 31st was going to be a difficult day. It was the anniversary of his parents' deaths, a fact that the entire wizarding world seemed to know but nobody quite knew how to handle around him. Ron gave him awkward, sympathetic looks. Hermione was pointedly normal, which he appreciated. The other students whispered. Harry dealt with it the way Vaggie had taught him to deal with pain: acknowledge it, sit with it, don't let it drive. He attended classes, ate meals, went through the motions of a normal day while carrying the quiet weight of a date that meant something. 10 years ago tonight, James and Lily Potter died so their son could live, and that son fell through a hole in the world and landed in hell, and nothing had been the same since. The feast was lavish. Floating jack-o'-lanterns, bats swooping between candles, the whole great hall done up in orange and black. Harry sat with Ron and was halfway through a baked potato when the doors burst open and Professor Quirrell sprinted in, turban askew, face grey with terror. Troll! In the dungeons! Troll in the dungeons! He skidded to a halt in front of the head table, gasping. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted. Screaming, shoving, chairs knocked over, the instant chaos of a crowd hitting panic. Dumbledore's voice cut through it like a blade, silence. Followed by calm instructions to prefects to escort students to dormitories. Harry didn't move. He stood at the Gryffindor table while everyone else scrambled, his eyes locked on Quirrell's crumpled form at the head table. The man had run in from the dungeons. He was the defense against the dark arts professor. He had fainted. And something about the staging of it, the dramatic entrance, the perfectly timed announcement, the theatrical collapse, rang false. It was performance. Harry had grown up watching the greatest performer in hell, he knew the difference between real terror and the simulation of it. Quirrell was faking. Which meant the troll was a distraction. A distraction from what? That question could wait. Because Ron had grabbed his arm and said, Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll. She's been in the bathroom all afternoon. Parvati said she was crying because of something I said in Charms. What did you say? I said she was a nightmare. She heard me. She's been in the girls' bathroom since. Harry was already moving. He grabbed Ron's wrist and pulled him through the crowd, against the flow of students heading upward, cutting through a side corridor he'd mapped during his early morning explorations of the castle. Where are we going? Girls' bathroom. First floor. How do you know where the girls' bathroom is? I know where everything is. I mapped the castle my first week. You mapped who does that? People who like knowing where the exits are. They rounded a corner and smelled it before they saw it, a stench like rotting meat and old sewage, thick enough to taste. Then they heard it, heavy, dragging footsteps and a low, stupid grunting, coming from the corridor ahead. The troll was 12 feet tall, granite gray, with the proportions of a boulder that had been taught to walk. It carried a club the size of a small tree and moved with the lumbering mindlessness of something that operated on pure instinct. It was heading directly for the girls' bathroom. Oh no, Ron whispered. Inside the bathroom, Hermione screamed. Harry didn't think. He acted. He covered the distance to the bathroom door in 4 strides, Vaggie sprint drills, explosive first step, close the gap before the enemy reacts. The troll was reaching for the door frame, its massive hand curling around the stone, and Harry hit it with a blast of raw magic that turned the air gold crimson and sent the creature staggering sideways into the opposite wall. The impact cracked the stone. The troll roared, a sound that vibrated Harry's ribcage, and swung its club in a wide, stupid arc that demolished a row of sinks. Water sprayed everywhere. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, frozen, white-faced. Harry moved. Not away. Into the fight. He dropped low under the club's backswing, Vaggie's drill, the duck and advance, close the distance where a large opponent's reach becomes a liability, and drove his palm upward toward the troll's knee. Magic pulsed. The troll's leg buckled. It staggered, off balance, and Harry was already circling, already behind it, already pulling his wand because this was the first time he'd needed precision and power simultaneously and the wand made that combination sing. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, pointing at the troll's own club. The club ripped free from the troll's grip, shot upward, and hung in the air for a suspended second. The troll looked up at it with an expression of bovine confusion. Harry dropped it. 20 pounds of solid wood, accelerated by magic, hit the troll directly on top of its skull with a crack that echoed off every tile in the bathroom. The creature swayed, its eyes crossed, and it toppled forward like a felled tree, hitting the flooded floor with a splash that drenched everyone in the room. Silence. Dripping water. The troll's unconscious breathing. Ron stood in the doorway, wand out, mouth open, drenched. Hermione was still pressed against the wall, shaking. Harry stood over the fallen troll with his wand in his hand and his chest barely heaving. "Are you hurt?" he asked Hermione. "And no. How did you, Ron, is she hurt? Check her." Ron unfroze, splashed over to Hermione, and started checking her for injuries with the clumsy concern of someone who didn't know where to put his hands. Hermione let him, which was more telling than anything she could have said. Footsteps. Voices. McGonagall burst into the bathroom, Snape behind her, Quirrell trailing, and Harry noted, filed away, catalogued that Quirrell's robes were dusty in a way that didn't match someone who'd been unconscious in the Great Hall, and that Snape was limping, favoring his right leg, with a tear in his robes near the ankle. Quirrell hadn't been in the Great Hall. Snape had been somewhere he'd gotten hurt. The troll was a distraction. From what? McGonagall's face was white. She looked at the unconscious troll, at the destroyed sinks, at 3 first-years standing in 6 inches of water, and appeared to have a small, contained crisis. What on earth happened here? You're lucky you weren't killed. Why weren't you in your dormitory? Hermione stepped forward, and Harry saw it happen, the decision, the choice, the shift from victim to actor. She straightened her spine and lied. "I went looking for the troll, Professor. I thought I could handle it because I'd read about them. Harry and Ron came to find me." McGonagall stared at her. Ron stared at her. Harry kept his face neutral and waited. "Miss Granger, that was an extraordinarily foolish thing to do." McGonagall's voice was sharp, but her eyes were doing the math. 3 first-years, 1 unconscious mountain troll, and the faint shimmer of gold-crimson magic still dissipating in the air. She turned to Harry. "And you, Mr. Potter, you took on a fully grown mountain troll." "Yes, Professor. That is either the bravest or the most foolish thing a first-year has ever done in my tenure. Those aren't mutually exclusive." The ghost of a smile. McGonagall fought it down. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger, for sheer stupidity. And 5 points each to Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. For sheer dumb luck. She swept out. Snape lingered for a moment, his black eyes fixed on Harry with that complicated expression, the grief and hostility and something else, something that might have been grudging recognition. Then he turned and limped away, and Harry watched his gait and memorized the injury pattern. Quirrell left last, eyes down, turban wobbling. As he passed Harry in the doorway, Harry's scar flared, hot, sharp, a spike of pain that he absorbed without flinching. Their eyes met for a split second. Something in Quirrell's gaze wasn't Quirrell. Something old and cold and patient looked out from behind the nervous performance. Harry smiled at it. A small, calm, utterly unafraid smile. The thing behind Quirrell's eyes recoiled. Then the moment passed, and Quirrell was gone, and Harry was standing in a destroyed bathroom with his 2 best friends and the beginning of an understanding that was going to change everything. "That was amazing," Ron said, breaking the silence. "Harry, that was bloody amazing. The club, are you sure you're only 11? Hermione asked, wringing water from her hair. Her voice was shaking, but her eyes were steady. "Because that was not the work of an 11-year-old. I've had training." "From whom?" "The books don't say anything about, the books don't know anything about me, Hermione. Not the real me." Harry looked at both of them, Ron with his wet hair plastered to his freckled face, Hermione with mascara running and her jaw set and her mind clearly racing. "I think it's time I told you some things." They went to the common room. It was empty, the other students were in their dormitories, buzzing about the troll. Harry sat in an armchair by the fire, and Ron and Hermione sat across from him, and he told them. Not everything. Not the details, not the names, not the specific geography of hell's political landscape. But the shape of it. "I wasn't raised by muggles," he said. "I wasn't raised in this world at all. The night Voldemort killed my parents," Ron flinched at the name, Hermione didn't, the magical backlash tore a hole between dimensions. I fell through. I ended up, somewhere else. Somewhere very far away. 2 women found me and raised me as their son. They taught me everything I know. One of them is royalty. The other is a warrior. I grew up in a place that makes a troll look like a minor inconvenience. Silence. Fire crackling. You grew up in another dimension, Hermione said, and Harry could hear her trying to fit this into her existing framework of magical theory and coming up short. Yes. And these women, your mothers, my moms. Yeah. Are they human? No. Another silence. Ron's mouth was open. He closed it. Opened it again. Not human. Like, what, like what? Like something this world doesn't have a category for. Harry leaned forward. I'm telling you this because tonight you both risked your lives for me and for each other, and that means something where I come from. You've earned the truth. But this has to stay between us. The wizarding world already doesn't know what to do with Harry Potter the orphan hero. They really wouldn't know what to do with the truth. I won't tell anyone, Hermione said immediately. Same, Ron said. Then, wait. Is this why you smell like brimstone sometimes? Harry stared at him. I smell like brimstone. Just a bit. When you do magic. Like struck matches. Harry laughed. A real laugh, surprised and warm, and Ron grinned because making people laugh was Ron's superpower even if he didn't know it. Yeah, Harry said. That's probably why. Something sealed between the 3 of them that night. Not a formal bond, not a spoken oath, but something that ran deeper than words, the understanding of people who had faced a crisis together and chosen each other. Hermione brought intelligence and drive and an unwillingness to accept anything she didn't understand. Ron brought loyalty and humor and an emotional intelligence that lived beneath his casual surface. And Harry brought the fire. They were going to need all of it. The weeks that followed sharpened Harry's focus like a blade on a whetstone. Quidditch practice consumed his afternoons. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, was a stocky, intense 5th year who spoke about Quidditch the way generals spoke about campaigns. He ran drills with the tactical fervor of someone who had been waiting his entire Hogwarts career for a real shot at the cup, and when he saw Harry fly for the first time, his expression went through the same cycle McGonagall's had, disbelief, awe, and the dawning realization that this year might actually be different. Where did you learn to fly like that? Wood asked, after watching Harry execute a Wronski feint that came within inches of the ground. I didn't learn. It just makes sense. It just, right. Right. Of course it does. Wood looked like he might cry. We're going to win everything this year. Harry flew the way he fought, instinctively, aggressively, with the total body awareness that Vaggie had drilled into him. The snitch was fast, erratic, almost alive in its evasion. Harry loved chasing it. It reminded him of the training exercises back home, Vaggie throwing hex-charged balls at random angles and making Harry catch them before they hit the ground. The snitch was slower and didn't explode on contact. Practically relaxing. But Quidditch wasn't the focus. The focus was Quirrell, and Snape, and the thing Harry could feel lurking behind the castle's walls like a low-frequency hum. Something was hidden in Hogwarts. Something valuable enough to protect with a 3-headed dog, which Harry, Ron, and Hermione discovered accidentally when a moving staircase dumped them on the forbidden 3rd-floor corridor. They found the dog behind a locked door that Harry opened with a pulse of magic, because locked doors were an insult to someone raised in a building where Alastair could be anywhere at any time and privacy was theoretical. The dog, 3 heads, massive, standing on a trapdoor, had lunged at them. Ron and Hermione had retreated. Harry had stood his ground for 2 seconds, long enough to see the trapdoor, catalog it, and file it away before backing out and relocking the door. That's what the troll was distracting from, Harry said that night in the common room. Quirrell let the troll in to create chaos while he went for whatever's under that trapdoor. Snape followed him and got hurt, that's why he was limping. How do you know it was Quirrell? Hermione asked. Because Quirrell's the one who announced the troll, and his positioning was wrong. He said it was in the dungeons, but his robes had third-floor corridor dust on them. He wasn't coming from the dungeons. He was coming from wherever that dog is. Hermione's eyebrows rose. You noticed what kind of dust was on his robes? I notice everything. My mama would kill me if I didn't. Ron shifted uncomfortably. Okay, but, so what's under the trapdoor? I don't know yet. But Dumbledore does. And Snape does. And Quirrell does. Harry stared into the fire. And I think whatever's behind Quirrell's act, the thing I felt when we shook hands, wants it very badly. What do you mean, the thing behind Quirrell's act? Harry touched his scar. There's something wrong with Quirrell. Not just that he's faking the stutter. There's something in him. Something that my scar recognizes. The fire crackled. Outside, November wind howled against the tower windows. You think it's connected to you-know-who, Ron said quietly. I think it might be you-know-who. Or what's left of him. Silence. The kind of silence that happens when a possibility too terrible to name gets named anyway and doesn't go away. Then we need to find out what's under that trapdoor, Hermione said, and her voice was calm and certain and brave, and Harry thought, yes. These are the right people. The Quidditch match against Slytherin came on a bitter November Saturday, and the entire school turned out for it. Harry circled above the pitch on his broomstick, a Nimbus 2000, gifted to him by McGonagall in a move that was technically against first-year rules and practically an act of war against the other houses, and felt the wind against his face and the crowd's energy below and the snitch somewhere in the chaos, waiting to be found. The game was fast and rough. Slytherin played dirty, elbows and ribs, brooms angled to clip, the whole playbook of legal but vicious tactics that came from a teen culture built on winning at any cost. Gryffindor fought back with passion and volume if not always with precision. The score seesawed. The crowd roared. Harry flew above it, hunting. His eyes swept the pitch in the systematic pattern Vaggie had taught him, grid search, section by section, tracking motion and light and the telltale glint of gold. The Slytherin Seeker, a stocky upper year named Terence Higgs, was doing the same thing but sloppier, following Harry's movements instead of searching independently. Follower. Not a hunter. Harry noted it and dismissed him. Then his broom jerked. Not a natural movement, a seizure, the broom bucking violently beneath him as if something had grabbed it and yanked. Harry's grip tightened. The broom jerked again, harder, pitching sideways. A third time, and Harry was thrown horizontal, dangling from the handle with one hand while the broom corkscrewed upward. The crowd gasped. People were pointing, screaming. Harry didn't scream. He didn't panic. He closed his eyes, blocked out the wind and the noise and the spinning vertigo, and reached inward. The broom was being cursed. He could feel it, a thread of foreign magic wrapped around the broomstick's enchantments, fighting the broom's own will, trying to throw him off. The thread was strong, focused, sustained. Maintaining a curse like this required unbroken eye contact from the caster. Which meant the caster was watching him right now. Harry opened his eyes and looked down at the stands. Two people were staring at him without blinking. Snape, in the teacher's section, black eyes locked on Harry's broom, lips moving rapidly. And Quirrell, 3 seats away, eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that burned through the nervous facade. One of them was cursing his broom. The other was either counter-cursing or the source. Harry didn't wait to figure out which. He released his grip on the broom with his right hand, pulled his wand from his sleeve, and channeled everything he had into a single, brutal pulse of magic. Not a spell, something rawer, something from before wands, from the years of bare-handed training in the hotel basement. His magic surged through the wand like a river through a dam, gold-crimson light erupting from the tip in a shockwave that blasted outward in every direction. The curse shattered. The foreign magic disintegrated. The broom stabilized so abruptly that Harry's teeth clacked. In the stands, Snape rocked backward as if struck. Quirrell flinched, one hand flying to his turban. Half the spectators felt the shockwave as a warm wind that smelled like struck matches and something floral. Harry swung himself back onto the broom, paused for 1 second to let his heart rate settle, and then spotted the snitch, a flash of gold near the Slytherin goalposts, hovering at knee height, almost hidden in the shadows of the stands. He dove. The world became a tunnel of speed and sound. The nimbus was a blur, the ground rushing up, the snitch dancing just ahead of his outstretched fingers. He heard Higgs behind him, chasing, too far back, too slow. Harry's fingers closed around the tiny golden ball, and he pulled up so close to the ground that his robes dragged in the mud, and the whistle blew, and Gryffindor won, and the stands exploded. Harry landed to a wall of noise. His team mobbed him. Ron was screaming himself hoarse in the stands. Hagrid, the gamekeeper, an enormous man with a heart to match, who'd been one of the first people to treat Harry with uncomplicated warmth, was blowing his nose into a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. But Harry wasn't celebrating. He held the snitch in his fist and looked up at the teacher's stands, where Snape was sitting very still and Quirrell was already leaving, moving quickly, one hand pressed to his turban. Someone had tried to kill him. In front of the entire school. Boldly, brazenly, in broad daylight. They were getting desperate. Which meant whatever was under that trapdoor was important enough to kill for. That night, Harry sat cross-legged on his bed with the curtains drawn and the communicator warm in his hand. The signal was weak, it had been getting weaker as the weeks passed, the dimensional barriers thickening against Serpentius's device, but he got through. "Someone tried to kill me today," he said, without preamble. Silence. Then Vaggie's voice, cold and sharp as a blade's edge, "Tell me everything." He told her. The cursed broom, the 2 suspects, the thing hidden in the school. The 3-headed dog and the trapdoor. His growing certainty that Quirrell was harboring something connected to Voldemort. "Come home," Vaggie said. "Right now. Charlie can open a portal, no. Harry, Mama, listen to me. I'm safe. I handled it. Whatever they threw at me, I broke it. But there's something happening here, something connected to the person who killed my parents, and I need to see it through." A long pause. He could hear, faintly, Charlie's voice in the background, the higher registers of distress, the rapid cadence of fear. "Your mother wants to burn the school down," Vaggie said. "Tell her I love her and the school is mostly stone so it wouldn't burn well anyway." Another pause. A muffled conversation. Then Vaggie again, and her voice had changed, still hard, still fierce, but threaded with something that sounded like pride. "You said you broke the curse. How?" "Raw magic. Through the wand. No spell, just force. That's new. The wand amplifies everything. My magic, the infernal energy, all of it. It's like, before, I was fighting with my fists. Now I have a sword." "Good." Vaggie's voice was soldier steady now. "A sword with 2 edges. The wizard magic and the hellfire. Don't forget, that combination is something nobody in that world has seen before. If you use it openly, people will ask questions. Let them ask." "Harry. I mean it, Mama. You told me not to shrink myself. I'm not going to. If they want to know why my magic is different, I'll decide what to tell them when the time comes. But I'm not going to fight with one hand behind my back just because it might confuse people." Silence. Then, very quietly, Vaggie laughed. It was a rare sound, small and warm and real. "You sound like your mother." "Which one?" "Both of them." A crackle. The signal fading. "Stay sharp, Mijo. Stay alive." We love you. Love you too. The signal died. Harry held the cooling communicator for a moment, then tucked it away and lay back on his bed. Tomorrow he would start investigating Nicholas Flamel, a name Hagrid had accidentally dropped during a conversation about the third-floor corridor. Tomorrow he would continue mapping the castle, training before dawn, watching Quirrell and Snape and Dumbledore and everyone else who moved like pieces on a board. Tomorrow the game would continue. But tonight, Harry lay in the dark and listened to the ancient castle breathe around him, and let himself feel, just for a moment, the deep and quiet loneliness of being very far from home. His scar pulsed. Warm. Always warm. And somewhere in the castle, in the walls, in the stones, in the spaces between, something crackled. Faint. Almost inaudible. A hiss of static, like a radio dial turning between stations. Harry's eyes opened. He sat up slowly, listening. The static was gone. Might never have been there. Might have been his imagination, or the castle's old plumbing, or the wind in the towers. But Harry had grown up with Alastair's static in his ears, and he knew its texture the way he knew his own heartbeat, and for just a moment, just a fraction of a second, that static had been here. In Hogwarts. Thousands of miles and an entire dimension away from the radio demon's broadcast tower. Harry touched his scar. It was warm. It was always warm. Alastair, he whispered to the empty room. I know you're listening. No answer. The dormitory was silent except for Ron's snoring and the wind outside. But in the darkness, for just a moment, the shadows in the corner of the room smiled. The mirror of Eriste found him on a night in December, 2 weeks before Christmas break. Harry was walking the corridors after midnight, not sneaking, exactly, more like patrolling, a habit he'd developed because the castle at night revealed things the daytime hid. Secret passages. Ghosts with loose lips. The subtle sounds of a building that was more alive than anyone admitted. He found the mirror in an unused classroom on the 4th floor. It was tall, ornate, gold-framed, and inscribed along the top with words that read backward, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry stood before it and looked. The mirror showed him the lobby of the Hazbin Hotel. Charlie was there, laughing, her arms spread wide. Vaggie stood beside her, one hand on her hip, the ghost of a smile on her face. Husk was behind the bar. Angel Dust was draped across a couch. Serpentius was tinkering with something in the corner. Nifty was a blur with a feather duster. And Harry, the mirror Harry, stood in the middle of all of it, surrounded by his family, golden and crimson light playing around his fingers. That was it. No dead parents reaching for him. No grand destiny fulfilled. No throne or crown or victory. Just home. Just the people who loved him, together and safe. Harry looked at the mirror for a long time. Then he smiled, small and private and real, and turned away. He almost walked into Dumbledore. The headmaster stood in the classroom doorway, wrapped in a purple dressing gown, watching Harry with those penetrating blue eyes. How long he'd been there was impossible to say. The man moved like smoke. I see you've discovered the mirror of Eriste, Dumbledore said pleasantly. It shows you what you want most. Correct. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see. It is a remarkable and terrible artifact. Dumbledore stepped into the room, hands clasped behind his back. May I ask what you saw? My family. Ah. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Your parents, Harry. James and Lily. No. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze directly. My family. The people who raised me. The people who love me. A pause. The kind of pause that meant recalculation, the shifting of assumptions, the recognition that a conversation was not going the way it had been planned. I was under the impression, Dumbledore said carefully, that you were raised by your mother's sister. Petunia Desley. In Surrey. I wasn't. So I am beginning to understand. Dumbledore studied him. The twinkle was still there, but underneath it, something sharper was working, the mind of a man who had been the most powerful wizard in the world for decades and was not accustomed to surprises. Harry, when you disappeared from Godric's Hollow that night, I searched for you. Every tracking spell, every magical method available to me. You had simply vanished. As if you had been removed from the world entirely. I was. Where did you go? Harry held the old man's gaze. Firelight from the corridor torches through shifting patterns across the room, illuminating the mirror's frame, Dumbledore's silver beard, Harry's green eyes. Somewhere safe, Harry said. Somewhere I was loved. That is not an answer. It's the only one I'm giving you tonight. Another pause. Longer this time. Dumbledore's expression went through several subtle shifts, surprise, respect, frustration, and something that might have been admiration. The mirror, Dumbledore said, changing tacks with the smooth grace of a master conversationalist. Most people who look into it see things they lack. Lost loved ones. Wealth. Power. Fame. You saw something you already have. Yes. That is, extraordinary. In all my years, I can count on one hand the number of people who have looked into the mirror of Erist and seen their present rather than their past or their imagined future. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. A person whose deepest desire is already fulfilled is either profoundly fortunate or profoundly at peace. Which are you, Harry? Both. The word hung in the air between them. Dumbledore stared at Harry as if seeing him, truly seeing him, for the first time. And what he saw clearly didn't match any of his models, any of his predictions, any of the carefully laid plans that Harry could feel radiating off him like heat from a furnace. You are not who I expected you to be, Dumbledore said softly. No, Harry agreed. I'm not. He walked past Dumbledore, out the door, and back through the darkened corridors to Gryffindor Tower. Behind him, Albus Dumbledore stood alone in an empty classroom, looking at the mirror of Erist with an expression that, for once, held no twinkle at all. The mirror showed him, as it always did, a pair of thick woolen socks. That was a lie, of course. But tonight, the lie felt heavier than usual. Christmas at Hogwarts was white and cold and strange. Harry had considered going home for the break, Charlie had practically begged, and the communicator's signal was getting weaker by the week, but something kept him. An instinct. A sense that the pieces on the board were moving faster and that leaving now meant missing something critical. So he stayed, and Christmas morning brought a pile of presents at the foot of his bed that included chocolate frogs from Ron, who'd gone home to the burrow, a book on advanced magical theory from Hermione, and a lumpy package containing a hand-knitted sweater from Ron's mother, who had apparently decided that any friend of Ron's was an honorary Weasley. Harry held the sweater, maroon, with a gold H on the front, and felt something crack in his chest. A mother he'd never met had knitted him a sweater because her son had mentioned him in a letter. The casual, overflowing generosity of it. The assumption that of course you knit sweaters for your children's friends. That's just what you do. Charlie would love Molly Weasley. There was one more package. Small, light, wrapped in plain paper with a note in handwriting Harry didn't recognize. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. Harry unwrapped it and found a cloak, shimmering, fluid, made of material that felt like woven water. He threw it over his shoulders, looked down, and saw the floor where his body should have been. An invisibility cloak. His father's. He ran his fingers over the fabric and felt, for the first time, a tangible connection to James Potter. Not a name on a trophy or a face in a photograph, but an object that James had held, worn, used. Something that carried his father's history in its threads. Harry folded it carefully and packed it in his trunk alongside the blue blanket with his name stitched in the corner. 2 inheritances. 2 families. Both real. That night, he used the cloak to revisit the mirror one last time, not to look, but to study it. He mapped its position, its magical signature, the way the room's wards interacted with it. Dumbledore had left it here on purpose. A test, maybe. Or a trap. Or a lesson. With Dumbledore, all three were usually the same thing. Harry didn't look in the mirror again. He already knew what it showed him. And the point of the mirror, he realized, was simple: it told you whether you were whole. Harry was whole. He'd been whole since the night Charlie pulled him from a garbage pile and chose him. He left the classroom and closed the door, and he did not go back. The weeks bled into months. January, February, March. Harry trained every morning, attended classes, played Quidditch, and quietly, methodically, pulled on the threads of the mystery woven into Hogwarts as stones. Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. Eternal life and unlimited gold. Dumbledore's old partner, whose crowning achievement was hidden beneath a trapdoor guarded by a three-headed dog, and protected by, according to Hagrid, who was a wonderful man and a terrible keeper of secrets, enchantments laid by every teacher in the school. The stone was here. Voldemort wanted it. And Quirrell was Voldemort's way in. Harry told Ron and Hermione, and together they began to plan. "We can't just go to Dumbledore," Hermione said, during one of their late-night strategy sessions in the common room. "We don't have proof." "I don't need proof," Harry said. "I have instinct, pattern recognition, and a scar that screams every time Quirrell looks at me. That's not going to hold up in front of the Wizengamot. I'm not trying to hold up in front of anyone. I'm trying to protect whatever's down there before Quirrell gets to it." Ron, stretched on the rug, looked up. "Mate, you're talking about going up against you-know-who. I'm talking about being ready when the time comes. There's a difference. The time would come." Harry could feel it, the way you feel a storm building, pressure dropping, air thickening, the world holding its breath. Something was going to break. Soon. In the meantime, Draco Malfoy was becoming a problem, not in the way Draco intended, but in the way that persistent friction eventually generates unexpected heat. Draco hadn't stopped pushing since the train. He needled Harry in corridors, in classes, during meals. Small jabs, calculated provocations, the repertoire of a boy who'd been taught that social dominance was a skill and humiliation was a tool. Harry absorbed it all with the patient indifference of someone who found the entire exercise mildly boring. This infuriated Draco more than any response could have. "I challenged you to a midnight duel, Potter." Draco cornered him outside the library one evening, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. "You never showed. You never meant it," Harry said, not looking up from his book. "You told Filch to catch me. It was a setup." Draco's composure flickered. "I don't know what you're, Draco." Harry closed his book and looked at him. Really looked. Vaggie's eyes, the assessment, the read, the search for what was underneath. "You're smart enough to be dangerous and insecure enough to waste it on petty games. Every time you try to get under my skin, you're not actually trying to hurt me. You're trying to prove something to yourself. That you matter. That you're not just your father's echo." Crabbe and Goyle shifted, confused. Draco went white. "You don't know anything about me," Draco hissed. "I know you practice your sneer in the mirror. I know your insults are rehearsed. I know you chose Crabbe and Goyle as friends because they make you look smarter by comparison, not because you actually like them." Harry's voice wasn't cruel. It was matter of fact, which was worse. "And I know that when I told you the truth on the train, something in you heard it, and you've been trying to drown it out ever since." Draco stood in the corridor with his fists clenched and his face the color of chalk, and for one long, electric moment, the mask came off completely. What Harry saw underneath wasn't anger. It was fear. The bone-deep terror of a child who suspected that everything he'd been taught might be wrong and had no idea what to do with that suspicion. Then Draco turned and walked away without a word, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. "You keep doing that," Hermione said from behind a bookshelf. She'd been listening. Of course she'd been listening. Disarming people with honesty. It's very effective and slightly terrifying. My mom taught me that people who are hurting usually just need someone to see them. Your mom sounds remarkable. She is. Harry opened his book again. Both of them are. The castle settled around him. Ancient stones, humming wards, 1,000 years of accumulated magic and memory. Harry breathed it in and felt his own magic pulse in response, gold and crimson, wizard and hellfire, a frequency that belonged only to him. Somewhere in the castle, behind a turban, behind a lie, behind a face that wasn't really a face, something old and dark and patient waited. Harry turned a page and kept reading. The storm was coming. He'd be ready. And far, far away, in a broadcast tower in Pentagram City, a red light pulsed in time with a distant heartbeat. Alastor sat in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, his smile wide and his eyes closed, listening to a signal that shouldn't have been able to reach him across the gulf between worlds. But it did. It always did. The boy carried something in his scar that resonated on frequencies Alastor had spent decades learning to tune. Something broken. Something hungry. Something that had been changed by 10 years in Hell's atmosphere in ways that its creator never intended. Patience, Alastor murmured to himself, to the static, to the dark. The best shows always build slowly. The red light pulsed. The static hummed. And in Hogwarts, Harry's scar was warm. It was always warm. Chapter 4, The Game Beneath the Game. Spring came to Scotland like a held breath finally released, and Harry watched it happen from 300 feet in the air. He'd taken to flying early mornings, before the training drills, before breakfast, before the castle stirred. The Nimbus 2000 responded to his thoughts now as if it were an extension of his nervous system, and in the grey pre-dawn light he would climb until Hogwarts was a toy beneath him and the mountains were dark teeth against the lightning sky, and he would hang there, suspended between earth and cloud, and feel the world turn. It was the closest he came to homesickness. Not because flying reminded him of hell didn't have open sky, didn't have this expanse of cold clean nothing, but because the feeling it gave him was the same feeling he got sitting in the hotel lobby at 3 in the morning with Husk dealing cards and angel dust painting his nails and a quiet hum of belonging wrapping around him like a blanket. Peace. The specific peace of being exactly where your body and soul wanted to be. He missed them. All of them. The communicator's signal had degraded to almost nothing over the winter months. He got fragments now, syllables, the ghost of Charlie's voice saying his name before the static swallowed everything. Sir Pentius's invention was losing the war against dimensional barriers, and Harry had started writing letters instead, long ones, trusting that Hedwig could find a way where technology couldn't. The owl was extraordinary. She seemed to understand that home was not a place on any map, and she would disappear for days, returning with ruffled feathers and an expression of traumatized dignity that suggested the journey was not pleasant but was, stubbornly, possible. Charlie's return letters arrived on parchment that smelled faintly of sulfur and was covered in her looping, enthusiastic handwriting, often with Vaggie's sharp annotations in the margins. Angel dust occasionally added postscripts that Harry had to read 3 times to decode because they were 90% slang. Husk sent a card, a single playing card, the ace of spades, with "Don't get killed" written on the back in his cramped hand. Sir Pentius sent blueprints for a device that would revolutionize interdimensional communication, and which Harry was fairly certain would explode. Nifty sent socks. Harry kept everything in a box under his bed, warded with a seal that only responded to his magical signature. His family. His tether. The proof, tangible and warm, that no matter how far he went, the cord didn't break. He pulled out of a lazy spiral 300 feet above the Quidditch pitch and dove, the wind screaming past his ears, the ground rushing up, and at the last possible second he leveled out and touched down on the dewy grass with barely a sound. He stowed the broom, did his drills, showered, dressed, and went to breakfast. Ron was already at the table, shoveling eggs. Hermione was reading the Daily Prophet with the focused intensity of someone mining for intelligence, which was exactly what she was doing. Harry had asked her to track patterns in the news, ministry movements, anything that might connect to Voldemort or the stone. Anything? Harry asked, sitting down. Gringotts' break-in is still in the news. They're saying nothing was stolen because the vault had been emptied earlier that day. Hermione folded the paper. Vault 713. I checked, that's a high-security vault. Whatever was in it was moved to Hogwarts the same day Hagrid took you to Diagon Alley. The stone. The stone. Hermione tapped the paper. Dumbledore moved it here for protection. Someone tried to steal it from Gringotts and failed. Now they're inside the castle trying again. Quirrell, Ron said through a mouthful of egg. Probably Quirrell. But he hasn't made a move since the troll. Harry poured pumpkin juice and stared at it without drinking. He's waiting. Why is he waiting? Maybe he's scared of Dumbledore, Ron offered. Or maybe he's waiting for Dumbledore to not be here, Hermione said. They looked at each other. That was the answer, and they all knew it. Quirrell, or whatever was driving Quirrell, wouldn't move while Dumbledore was in the castle. The headmaster was the single greatest deterrent, the lock on the door that even Voldemort couldn't pick. So we watch, Harry said. We watch Dumbledore's movements. If he leaves the castle for any reason, we need to be ready. Ready for what, exactly? Ron asked. We're 11. Well, you're the scariest 11-year-old I've ever met, but still. Ready to get to the stone before Quirrell does. Ron swallowed his eggs. Right. Just a casual evening of getting past a three-headed dog and whatever other nightmare obstacles the teachers set up. Normal Tuesday. I'll make it a Wednesday if that helps. It does not. Harry grinned. Ron grinned back. Hermione rolled her eyes at both of them, but her mouth twitched at the corners. The Quidditch match against Hufflepuff was a formality. Gryffindor won by 200 points, Harry catching the snitch in under 10 minutes because the Hufflepuff seeker spent the entire game nervously watching him instead of looking for the ball. The match against Ravenclaw in April was closer, harder, and infinitely more satisfying. Their seeker, a sharp-eyed fourth-year named Cho Chang, was good. Really good. She matched Harry turn for turn, feint for feint, and for 15 exhilarating minutes they chased the snitch through a driving rainstorm while the rest of the game raged beneath them. Harry caught it. Barely. His fingers closed around it a half-second before Chang's, and the look she gave him as they descended, frustrated, impressed, already planning for next time, made him think she might be worth talking to off the pitch. That thought surprised him. He filed it away for later. Wood was ecstatic. Gryffindor was heading for the cup. The common room celebration lasted until 2 in the morning, fueled by smuggled butterbeer and the specific joy of people who had watched something they cared about go right. Harry let himself enjoy it. These moments, the laughter, the warmth, the simple human pleasure of shared victory, were important. Vaggie would call them morale. Charlie would call them connection. Harry called them the reason he'd come to this world in the first place. Not the mystery, not the stone, not the ghost of Voldemort lurking behind a professor's face. The people. Ron's loyalty, Hermione's fire, the whole rowdy, golden mess of Gryffindor House. He cared about them. Which made the stakes real. The Forbidden Forest changed everything. It started with a detention, not Harry's, but Neville's, who had been caught after curfew trying to warn Harry about a trap Draco had set. The irony was thick. Neville got detention for trying to help, Draco got detention for being out after curfew trying to catch Harry being out after curfew, and Harry got detention because McGonagall found out about the whole mess and decided that everyone involved needed a lesson in consequences. The lesson was Hagrid. "We're goin' into the forest tonight," Hagrid said, his crossbow over his shoulder, Fong the boarhound slobbering at his heels. The forbidden forest rose before them like a wall of darkness, ancient trees, tangled undergrowth, and the absolute absence of anything resembling a safety regulation. "Something's been killin' unicorns. We need to find out what." Draco went gray. Neville went greener. Ron and Hermione weren't present, they'd avoided the detention sweep, so it was Harry, Draco, and Neville, divided into pairs with Hagrid's dog as moral support. Hagrid sent Harry and Draco together, which was either an oversight or a deeply misguided attempt at team building. They walked into the forest in silence. The trees closed over them like a fist, blocking the moonlight, turning the world into a maze of shadow and sound. Harry's magic hummed against his skin, alert, responsive, the gold-crimson energy reading the environment the way sonar reads a seabed. The forest was alive in ways that went beyond trees and animals. The magic here was old, wild, unstructured. It didn't follow wand logic or spell theory. It just was, the way gravity was, the way time was. Harry liked it. It reminded him of hell's ambient energy, not in flavor, but in scale. The raw, unprocessed power of a world that existed before humans started organizing it into categories. Draco did not like it. "This is barbaric," Draco muttered, stumbling over a root. Making students walk through a forest full of, what did he say was killing unicorns? What could kill a unicorn? Something desperate, Harry said. Unicorn blood keeps you alive even at the edge of death, but at a terrible price. You'd have to be truly lost to resort to it. Draco looked at him. "How do you know that?" "I read." "You always have an answer, don't you, Potter?" "Not always. But more often than you." Draco's jaw tightened, but he didn't fire back. The forest had a dampening effect on posturing. Hard to maintain a sneer when every shadow might contain something with teeth. They walked deeper. Harry tracked their position by instinct, angle of slope, density of undergrowth, the subtle way his magic shifted as they moved through pockets of older and newer forest growth. 20 minutes in, he smelled it, blood. Not fresh wound blood, but something colder, stranger, luminous. Silver blood that glowed faintly in the dark. "Stay behind me," Harry said. "I don't take orders from Draco." "Stay behind me." Something in Harry's voice cut through Draco's reflexive defiance. The Malfoy heir shut his mouth and fell back 2 steps. They emerged into a clearing, and Harry saw the unicorn. It was dead. Lying on its side in a pool of silver blood that glowed like moonlight, its white coat dull, its dark eye staring at nothing. Beautiful, even in death. A creature of pure magic, reduced to a carcass by something that needed what ran in its veins. And crouched over it, cloaked in shadow, drinking the silver blood with desperate, animal hunger, was something that had once been a man. Harry felt it before he saw it clearly. His scar didn't just warm, it ignited, a spike of pain so intense that it whited out his vision for a full second. He staggered. Draco grabbed his arm. The cloaked figure looked up, and beneath the hood, Harry saw a face that was barely a face, gaunt, inhuman, with eyes that burned red in the darkness. Voldemort. Not a body. A wraith. A parasite clinging to existence through the most abominable magic available, drinking unicorn blood to sustain a form that was barely more than will and malice wrapped in shadow. The wraith saw Harry and lunged. Harry didn't run. His body dropped into Vaggie's defensive stance, weight centered, wand drawn, magic surging. Gold crimson light blazed from his hands and his wand simultaneously, a double-channeled flare that lit the clearing like a flare gun. The wraith hit the light and recoiled, not the way a physical thing recoils from heat, but the way a shadow recoils from dawn. It screamed, a sound that wasn't sound, that existed somewhere below hearing, in the frequencies where fear lived. Harry's scar was agony. Something inside it was responding to the wraith, pulling toward it, resonating with it, 2 fragments of the same broken thing straining to reconnect. Harry felt the pull like a hook in his forehead and pushed back. His magic, infernal touched, raised in hell's atmosphere, saturated with a decade of ambient damnation, it pushed back against the connection, and the wraith's pull shattered like glass. The wraith screamed again. The cloaked form dissolved, flying upward through the canopy in a streak of darkness, gone. Harry stood in the silver-lit clearing, chest heaving, wand raised, gold-crimson light slowly fading from the air. His scar pulsed, not warm anymore. Hot. Burning. And beneath the burn, something else. A whisper. A thread of awareness that wasn't his own, alien and cold, pressed against the inside of his skull like a face against a window. The Horcrux. He didn't know the word yet, but he felt its presence with sudden, terrible clarity. Something lived in his scar. Something that had been placed there the night his parents died, a fragment of the thing that had just fled through the trees. And 10 years in hell had changed it. It wasn't passive. It wasn't sleeping. It was aware. Harry pressed his hand against his scar and felt the alien awareness flinch from his touch, from the infernal energy that laced his magic, from the essence of hell that had been seeping into the fragment for a decade. Whatever lived in his scar was afraid of him. Of what he'd become. Of what hell had made him. Good. Potter. Draco's voice. Shaking. Potter, what was that? Harry lowered his wand. He turned. Draco was pressed against a tree, white as bone, both hands gripping his own wand in a hold that was all wrong, too tight, too high, the grip of someone who'd learned technique but never faced a real threat. That was Voldemort, Harry said. Draco made a strangled sound. What's left of him? He's barely alive, surviving on unicorn blood, possessing other bodies, hiding in shadows. But he's here. In this forest. Close to the castle. That's not possible, the Dark Lord is dead, my father said, your father was wrong. Harry's voice was flat, not unkind but leaving no room for argument. Voldemort is alive, Draco. He's weak, he's desperate, but he's alive. And he's after something in this castle. Draco stared at him. The moonlight caught his face, pale, sharp, young, terrified, and Harry saw, again, the boy beneath the performance. A child who'd been raised on stories of the Dark Lord's glory, who'd inherited his parents' politics and prejudices without ever confronting what they actually meant. Standing in a forest next to a dead unicorn, face to face with the reality of what darkness looked like when it stopped being a parlor discussion and started drinking blood. What do we do? Draco whispered. It was, Harry realized, the first honest thing Draco Malfoy had ever said to him. You go back to Hagrid. You tell him what we found, the unicorn, the figure, what direction it fled. You don't mention my name, you don't mention what I did, you just report what you saw. And you? I need to think. Draco hesitated. Something moved behind his eyes, a calculation, or maybe the beginning of a choice. Then he nodded, once, and walked back into the trees. Harry stood alone in the clearing with the dead unicorn and the silver blood and the lingering echo of Voldemort's scream. He touched his scar. The alien awareness inside it had retreated to the deepest corner of whatever space it occupied, cowering, curled tight against the infernal energy that surrounded it. I know you're in there, Harry said, very quietly. I don't know what you are yet. But I will. And when I do, we're going to have a conversation. No response. Just the forest, the moon, and the silence of a world holding its breath. The letter Harry wrote to his mother's that night was the longest he'd ever sent. He told them everything. The unicorn. The wraith. The way his scar had reacted, not just pain, but connection, as if something inside him recognized something in the creature. He described the alien awareness, the way it had flinched from his infernal-touched magic. He asked them, carefully, whether they'd ever sensed anything strange about his scar beyond the dark magic residue they'd always known was there. He sent it with Hedwig at midnight and then sat on the astronomy tower in the cold April air, knees drawn up, staring at the sky he'd grown to love. Hedwig returned 3 days later, carrying 2 letters. Charlie's was tear-stained and fierce. She'd shown his letter to Lucifer, a measure of her desperation, because Charlie rarely went to her father for anything, and when she did, it meant she'd exhausted every other option. "Dad says the scar contains a soul fragment," Charlie wrote. He recognized the description immediately. "He says it's an abomination, a piece of a living soul, torn off through murder and embedded in another being. He's seen them before, in hell. They're called different things in different traditions, but the effect is the same, an anchor. A chain that ties the creator to existence. As long as the fragment exists, the person who made it cannot fully die. Harry, that thing in your scar is a piece of Voldemort's soul. Dad says it should have corrupted you years ago. Any normal person, any normal soul, would have been consumed or twisted by a fragment like that. But you grew up in hell, surrounded by infernal energy, and Dad thinks that changed the equation. Hell's energy is hostile to foreign soul fragments. It's been attacking the piece of Voldemort for 10 years, weakening it, containing it. You didn't just survive having a piece of a dark wizard in your head, baby. You've been winning against it, every day, without even knowing it was a fight. I love you. Come home. Please come home." Vaggie's letter was shorter. The soul fragment is a tactical liability and a strategic advantage. Liability: it connects you to Voldemort. He may be able to sense you through it, influence you through it, use it against you. Advantage: you've had 10 years of hell's energy eating away at it. It's weak. It's afraid of you. It knows what you are, and it knows it can't win. Don't try to remove it yourself. We'll figure that out together, when you're home. The wraith in the forest, that's the main body. The fragment in your scar is just a piece. There may be more pieces, other fragments, other anchors. If Voldemort tore his soul once, he may have done it multiple times. Find out. Knowledge is the weapon that never runs out of ammunition. Trust your instincts. Trust your friends. Trust your training. And Harry, what you did in that clearing, standing your ground against a thing that murdered your parents, fighting it off with pure will, that wasn't bravery. That was who you are. I've never been more proud of anything in my life. Come home when you're ready. Not before. Mama. Harry read both letters twice. Then he folded them carefully and added them to the box under his bed. A soul fragment. A piece of Voldemort, living in his scar for 10 years, slowly being devoured by the infernal energy Harry had been marinating in since infancy. The Dark Lord's own weapon, turned against him by the sheer accident of Harry's upbringing. The irony was almost poetic. Voldemort had tried to murder a baby and instead created his own worst enemy, a wizard raised in hell, whose very essence was poison to the darkest magic in the world. Harry closed his eyes and felt the fragment stir at the edges of his awareness. Felt its fear. Felt its alien hunger and its desperate, cornered malice. "You're stuck with me," Harry murmured. "And I'm the worst thing that ever happened to you." The fragment had no voice. But Harry felt its response, a shudder, deep and involuntary, like a small creature pressed against the wall of its cage, watching the approach of something it couldn't fight and couldn't escape. Hagrid's dragon arrived the following week, which was either cosmically timed comic relief or proof that the universe had a sense of humor. Harry found out about it through Ron, who found out through Hagrid, who had won a dragon egg in a card game with a hooded stranger in a pub and was now incubating it in his wooden hut like a man with no survival instincts whatsoever. They visited the hut that evening. Hagrid was glowing with paternal pride, hovering over a bucket of hot coals in which sat an egg the size of a football, black as obsidian, faintly pulsing with heat. "Isn't she beautiful?" Hagrid breathed, tears in his eyes. "Norwegian Ridgeback, if I'm not mistaken. Got her from a feller in the pub, seemed glad to be rid of her, to be honest, Hagrid," Hermione said, with the careful patience of someone addressing a man who had brought an incendiary device into a thatched roof home. "You live in a wooden house. I've done me research. I've got a book, Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit, I know what I'm doin'. The egg cracked that night. Harry watched the baby dragon, tiny, black, snapping, already producing sparks, tumble out of its shell and immediately try to set Hagrid's beard on fire. It was ugly and fierce and profoundly dangerous, and Harry loved it instantly. "She's incredible," Harry said, letting the hatchling sniff his hand. It nipped him, drew blood, and he didn't pull away. The dragonling's eyes, orange, slitted, ancient, focused on him with startling intensity. "Hagrid, she can't stay here," Hermione said. "Dragon breeding is illegal. If anyone finds out, she's right," Ron said. "My brother Charlie works with dragons in Romania. He could take her." They arranged the handoff. Ron's brother would send friends to collect the dragon from the top of the astronomy tower the following Saturday night. It was the kind of plan that was simple enough to work and complicated enough to go wrong in a dozen ways, and Harry prepared for it with the same tactical care he applied to everything. "We'll use the invisibility cloak," he said. "I'll carry the dragon. Ron, you're lookout. Hermione, you map the patrol routes. What about me?" Neville. Standing in the common room doorway, round face set with a determination that surprised everyone, including Neville. "I know you're doing things," Neville said. "Secret things. At night. And I've been too scared to ask, but I'm asking now. Let me help." Harry studied him. Neville Longbottom, shy, forgetful, perpetually convinced of his own inadequacy, and yet here he was, asking to walk into danger because his friends were walking into danger. That took a specific kind of courage that had nothing to do with ability and everything to do with character. "Okay," Harry said. "You're with Ron on lookout." Neville's whole face changed. Not confidence, he wasn't there yet, but something adjacent. Purpose, maybe. The knowledge that someone trusted him to show up. The dragon heist went smooth. Almost too smooth. Harry carried the crate containing the hatchling up the astronomy tower stairs under the invisibility cloak, the dragon surprisingly quiet against his chest, as if it sensed the need for stealth. Ron and Neville kept watch at the base of the tower. Hermione had charted Filch's patrol route to the minute. Charlie's friends arrived on broomsticks at midnight, for burly, cheerful Romanians who strapped the crate between them with the casual expertise of people who handle dragons daily. The leader, a woman with burned scars on her forearms and a grin that reminded Harry of angel dust, winked at him and said, "Charlie sends his love." "Different Charlie," Ron muttered from below. Harry grinned. The Romanians flew away. The dragon was gone. The mission was over. Except Neville had been caught. Harry discovered this the next morning when McGonagall summoned him, Ron, Hermione, and a miserable-looking Neville to her office. Filch had found Neville on his way back from the tower. Neville, loyal to a fault and terrible under pressure, had refused to explain what he'd been doing, which meant he'd taken the full weight of suspicion himself. 50 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said, her face like carved stone. Each. 200 points. The hourglass in the entrance hall drained like a wound. By lunchtime, Gryffindor had gone from first place to last, and the entire house knew who was responsible. The backlash was immediate and brutal. Cold shoulders, hostile whispers, the particular cruelty of a community turning on its own. Harry bore it without complaint. Ron and Hermione bore it with gritted teeth. Neville bore it worst of all, the boy who just found his courage now crushed under the weight of 200 points and the contempt of his entire house. Harry found Neville sitting alone in the common room that evening, face blotchy, eyes red, staring at his shoes. "I'm sorry," Neville mumbled. "I messed everything up. I always mess everything up." Harry sat down next to him. "You didn't mess anything up. You kept your mouth shut when they pressured you. You didn't give us away. But the points are numbers. They refill. They reset. What you did, keeping quiet, protecting your friends, that's the thing that lasts." Harry put a hand on Neville's shoulder. In my family, loyalty is the thing we value most. You showed more of it tonight than most people show in a lifetime. Neville looked at him with wet eyes. Your family sounds nice. They're insane. But they're mine. Harry squeezed his shoulder. And you're part of the group now, Neville. That means I've got your back. Always. Neville didn't say anything. He just nodded, and something shifted in his posture, subtle, almost invisible, like a plant turning toward light. Not confidence. Not yet. But the soil where confidence might eventually grow. April bled into May. May crawled toward June. The end-of-year exams loomed, which Harry found mildly amusing. He was investigating a murder plot and harboring a fragment of the darkest wizard in history in his forehead, and the school expected him to stress about written tests. He took the exams anyway, because Hermione would have murdered him if he didn't, and because the process of formally testing his magical knowledge revealed gaps he hadn't noticed. His practical magic was years ahead of his classmates, the result of a lifetime of training and raw power amplified by hellish energy. But his theoretical knowledge was patchy, built from books rather than systematic instruction, and the exams showed him where the holes were. He aced Transfiguration, Charms, and Defense against the Dark Arts. He did well in potions despite Snape's best efforts to mark him down. Snape had settled into a pattern of rigid fairness toward Harry that was clearly costing him significant psychological effort. Harry's potions were simply too good to fail, brewed with the instinctive understanding of a boy who'd spent years watching Husk mix drinks and learning that precision and timing and the relationship between ingredients were everything. History of magic was a slog. Herbology was fine. Astronomy was a pleasure. He passed everything. So did Ron and Hermione. Neville scraped through, buoyed by the study sessions Harry and Hermione had been running for weeks. And then, on the last day of exams, Harry's scar exploded. Not figuratively. He was walking across the entrance hall after his final exam when pain detonated behind his forehead with such force that he staggered, caught himself on the wall, and pressed both hands to his scar as the world whited out. The fragment, Voldemort's soul piece, was screaming. Not in fear this time. In excitement. In hunger. Something had changed, something had shifted, some barrier had fallen. Harry. Ron grabbed his arm. Harry, what's wrong? Harry blinked. The pain receded, leaving a pulsing residue and a certainty that settled in his gut like cold iron. Dumbledore, Harry said. Where's Dumbledore? He left this morning. McGonagall said he got an urgent owl from the Ministry. It's happening. Right now. Quirrell's going for the stone. Ron and Hermione didn't argue. Didn't question. Didn't hesitate. 2 months of preparation, of watching and planning and waiting, had honed them into something that moved together by instinct. McGonagall, Hermione said. We should tell, she won't believe us. Not without proof. Harry's mind was racing, running through scenarios and probabilities with the speed Vaggie had trained into him. And even if she does, the time it takes to convince her is time Quirrell uses. We go now. The three of us, Ron said. Not a question. A statement. The three of us. They went. Harry didn't hesitate at Fluffy's door. He pulled his wand, pressed his other hand flat against the lock, and poured magic into the mechanism. The lock didn't just open, it disassembled, every pin and tumbler and ward falling apart like a puzzle box in reverse. The door swung wide, and the three-headed dog, enormous, drooling, 6 eyes fixing on them with predatory focus, lunged. Harry raised his wand and played music. Not a spell. Not a charm. A melody, conjured from pure magic, golden notes that spiraled from his wand tip and filled the chamber with sound. It was the lullaby Charlie used to sing to him when he was small, a Morningstar melody, ancient, gentle, carrying in its harmonics the weight of a love older than hell itself. He didn't know the words. He'd never known the words. But the melody was written in his bones, and it poured from his wand like water from a spring. Fluffy swayed. 6 eyes drooped. 3 heads lowered, one by one, onto massive paws, and the dog slept. "How did you?" Ron started. "My mom sings. I learned." Harry was already at the trapdoor, pulling it open. Darkness below. The smell of damp earth and growing things. "Jump." They jumped. Devil's snare caught them, thick, ropey tendrils that wrapped around their bodies the moment they landed. Ron thrashed, which made it worse. Hermione went rigid, then forced herself to go limp, her mind racing through the textbook entry. "Stop moving," she shouted. "It's Devil's snare, it kills you faster if you struggle, you need to relax, relax." Ron's voice was approaching frequencies only dogs could hear. Harry didn't relax. He didn't need to. He let his magic flare, gold crimson, hot, pulsing, and the Devil's snare recoiled from him as if it had been burned. Because it had. The infernal component of his energy was heat and defiance and the deep volcanic fire of a realm that existed to punish, and no plant, magical or otherwise, was going to wrap itself around that and survive. The tendrils released all 3 of them, retreating to the walls with a hiss of scorched vegetation. They dropped to the stone floor below. "Thanks," Ron gasped. "Keep moving." The next chamber was filled with flying keys, hundreds of them, fluttering near the ceiling like a swarm of glittering, winged insects. A broomstick hovered in the center of the room. The door on the far side was locked, and it needed a specific key, old, silver, with a bent wing. Harry mounted the broom and was airborne in a heartbeat. The keys scattered, evading, diving, reversing, fast, erratic, a chaos pattern designed to overwhelm and confuse. Harry cut through them like a hawk through sparrows. His eyes, Husk's eyes, trained to track 52 cards in a deck, trained to read the flutter of a tell across a crowded poker table, picked out the silver key in under 3 seconds. He angled, accelerated, reached, and plucked it from the air. The key struggled in his grip. He jammed it into the lock, twisted, and the door opened. Beyond it, the chessboard. Ron stopped breathing. It was a wizard's chessboard, life-sized, the pieces towering over them, white marble and black stone, carved with brutal, beautiful precision. The white pieces blocked the door on the far side. The implication was clear: to pass, you had to play. And win. "This is me," Ron said. Harry looked at him. Ron's face was pale but set, and in his eyes was something Harry recognized, the look of a person who had found the one thing in the room that they were born to do. "Ron, I'm good at chess, Harry. I'm really bloody good at chess. This is what I can do. Let me do it." Harry had watched Vaggie train him for 5 years. One of the most important lessons she'd taught him was knowing when to lead and when to let someone else take the field. "We're with you. Call it." Ron called it. He placed them, Harry as a bishop, Hermione as a castle, himself as a knight, and he played. The white pieces were ruthless, aggressive, playing a high-level game that would have dismantled most opponents in 20 moves. Ron met them with a brilliance that was invisible until you understood it. He sacrificed pieces with cold-blooded precision. He set traps 3 moves deep. He maneuvered the board with the spatial awareness of someone who thought in chess the way other people thought in words. It took 31 moves. And on the 31st move, Ron saw the end. "I have to be taken," he said. His voice was calm. Too calm. "If the knight moves to the bishop's diagonal, their queen takes me, and Harry, you'll be free to checkmate the king." "No," Hermione said. "Ron, no, it's the only way. There's no other line." Ron looked at Harry. "You know I'm right." Harry looked at the board. He saw the same thing Ron saw, the geometry, the forced sequence, the single path to victory. Ron was right. There was no other line. "I'll keep going," Harry said. I'll end this. Ron nodded. He moved his knight. The White Queen swung, and Ron went down. Hermione screamed. Harry grabbed her arm. He's alive. He's breathing. We keep going. They kept going. Harry moved to the checkmate square, the White King threw down his crown, and the door opened. The next room reeked of troll, a troll even bigger than the Halloween one, already unconscious on the floor. Someone had been here before them. Quirrell was ahead. Then Snape's challenge, a table of potions, 7 bottles, a riddle in verse. Logic, not magic. Hermione's eyes lit up. She solved it in 90 seconds. 7 bottles, 1 to go forward, 1 to go back, 2 were nettle wine, 3 were poison. She identified the forward bottle, tiny, barely a swallow, and the backward bottle. There's only enough for 1 to go forward, she said. I know. Harry, you can't face this alone. I won't be alone. I'll have everything you and Ron and my family gave me. He took the tiny bottle from her hand. Go back. Get Ron to the hospital wing. Send an owl to Dumbledore. Whatever Quirrell did to get him away, it was a trick. We need him back. Harry, Hermione. Trust me. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she hugged him, fierce, quick, the hug of someone who was terrified and brave and trusting someone else to finish what they'd started together. Come back, she said. I will. She drank the backward potion and vanished through the flames. Harry drank the forward potion and stepped through fire into the final chamber. Chapter 5, Descent and Defiance, restarting fully from the beginning to meet the 7,000 plus word minimum, the fire didn't burn him. It should have. The black flames that curtained the doorway were magical, hungry, designed to consume anything that passed through without the protection of Snape's potion. Harry felt the potion working, a skin of ice sliding through his veins, insulating him from the heat, but underneath it, his own magic rose to meet the fire with recognition rather than resistance. Flames that burned with magical intent met a boy whose power had been forged alongside hellfire since infancy, and the flames parted for him like curtains drawn back from a window. He stepped through into the final chamber and stopped. The room was circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with an unnatural steadiness. In its center stood the Mirror of Eriste, the same mirror Harry had found in December, the same gold frame, the same backward inscription. It had been moved here, placed as the final guardian, and standing before it with his back to Harry was Professor Quirrell. No turban. His head was bare, and from behind, Harry could see that the back of Quirrell's skull was wrong, lumpy, misshapen, wrapped in something that wasn't cloth but wasn't skin either. Quirrell was staring into the mirror with the focused desperation of a man trying to solve a puzzle that could save his life. I was wondering when you'd arrive, Quirrell said. His voice was different. No stammer. No nervous tremor. The performance had been stripped away, and what remained was flat, controlled, exhausted. The voice of a man who had been carrying something terrible for a long time and was running out of strength to carry it. The stutter was good, Harry said, stopping 10 feet from the mirror. His wand was in his hand. His magic was awake, coiled, the gold-crimson energy humming just below the surface of his skin. Consistent. You never broke character, not even in private. That takes discipline. Quirrell turned. His face was gaunt, hollowed out, the face of a host being consumed by its parasite. His eyes were his own, brown, tired, terrified, but something else lived behind them, looking out through borrowed windows. You knew, Quirrell said. From the beginning. From the handshake in the leaky cauldron. My scar told me. That cursed scar. Quirrell's mouth twisted. He felt it too. When you touched my hand, he felt the connection, and he was afraid. I'd never felt him afraid before. Not of Dumbledore, not of death, not of anything. But you, something about you terrified him. Let him speak for himself, Harry said. Silence. The torches flickered. Quirrell's face spasmed, a ripple of pain and submission crossing his features, and his eyes rolled back, whites showing, before refocusing with something else behind them. Something old and cold and vast, like staring into a well with no bottom. "Turn around, Quirrell," said a voice that didn't come from Quirrell's mouth. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the walls and the floor and the space between atoms, thin and high and terrible. "Let me speak to him face to face." Quirrell turned, slowly, as if every muscle in his body was fighting the movement and losing. And Harry saw the back of his head. A face. Pressed into Quirrell's skull like a death mask pushed through clay from the other side. Chalk-white, flat-nosed, with eyes that burned crimson, the same red Harry had seen in the forest, the same red that lived in the darkest frequencies of his scar's whispered awareness. "Voldemort. Harry Potter," the face said. The lips moved against the back of Quirrell's skull, and the sound they made was like paper tearing. "We meet again." Harry looked at the face of the wizard who had murdered his parents. The thing that had tried to murder him as a baby and had instead sent him tumbling through dimensions into the arms of two women who had given him everything. The architect of every loss and every gain in Harry's life, the fulcrum on which his entire existence pivoted. He felt the fragment in his scar surge, recognition, resonance, the desperate pull of a severed piece trying to reunite with its source. The pain was enormous. Harry let it wash through him without fighting it, the way Vaggie had taught him to handle pain: don't resist, don't ignore, just let it exist and keep functioning around it. "You're smaller than I expected," Harry said. The crimson eyes narrowed. "Brave boy. Or foolish. The line between them is thinner than you think. So I've been told. Usually by people who confuse caution with intelligence." Harry's wand was steady. His voice was steady. The pain in his scar was a white-hot wire driven through his skull, and he stood with it the way he'd stood through extermination days in the hotel basement, by accepting the pain as real and refusing to let it become the only real thing. "You want the stone." "I need the stone," Voldemort corrected. "This half-life, this parasitic existence, it is beneath me. The stone will give me a body. My own body. And then, Harry Potter, the work I began 11 years ago will continue. The work of murdering children. The work of transcending death." The lipless mouth stretched into something that wasn't a smile. "I have gone further than any wizard in history along the path to immortality. You, of all people, should understand. You carry the proof in your very flesh." The scar pulsed. Harry didn't touch it. Didn't acknowledge it. "I know what you put in me." The crimson eyes widened. Surprise, genuine surprise, quickly mastered but not quickly enough. "You know. A piece of your soul. Torn off the night you murdered my parents and lodged in my scar. An anchor. One of several, I'm guessing, because a man as afraid of death as you wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket." Silence. The torches burned. Somewhere above them, the castle breathed. Voldemort's expression shifted. The surprise crystallized into something colder, more calculating. "Who told you this?" "Dumbledore doesn't know. He suspects, perhaps, but he doesn't know." "Who gave you this information?" "My family." "You have no family." "I killed them." "You killed James and Lily Potter. And then you sent me somewhere else. Somewhere you can't imagine. Somewhere that took the broken, bleeding baby you tried to murder and raised him into something you weren't prepared for." Harry's magic stirred. Not deliberately, instinctively, responding to the rising current of emotion, the gold-crimson energy brightening at his fingertips. "You made me, Voldemort. Not in the way you intended. But everything I am, my family, my home, my power, exists because of what you did that night. So thank you, I suppose. You gave me a wonderful life." The face on the back of Quirrell's head stared at him. For the first time, something moved behind those crimson eyes that wasn't calculation or cruelty. It was uncertainty. "What are you?" Voldemort whispered. "I'm Harry Potter. Son of James and Lily. Son of Charlie and Vaggie. Raised in the Hazbin Hotel. Trained by an angel, loved by a princess, and if you think I'm afraid of you, you're going to be very disappointed." He let his magic rise. "Not an attack, not yet. A statement." The gold-crimson energy swelled around him like a tide, filling the chamber with warmth and light and the faint scent of brimstone. The torches on the walls flared, their steady flames guttering and dancing in the wash of power. The mirror's surface rippled. The stone floor hummed. Quirrell staggered. The man's body was failing. Harry could see it now, the tremor in his limbs, the grayish cast to his skin, the way the parasite on the back of his skull was literally eating him alive. Voldemort was killing his own host, and he didn't care, because Quirrell was a tool and tools were disposable. "The mirror," Voldemort hissed. "The stone is in the mirror. I can see it, the mirror shows me presenting the stone to my master, but I cannot retrieve it." "This cursed mirror, it shows your heart's desire," Harry said. "You want to use the stone. That's not the same as wanting to have it. The mirror knows the difference." Voldemort's eyes blazed. "Then you will get it. You, the boy whose deepest desire is, what? His precious family? You will look in the mirror and you will get me that stone. Or what? Or I will kill you. Slowly. And I will find your family, wherever they are, whatever dimension they hide in, and I will kill them too. I have broken the barriers between life and death. Do you truly believe the barriers between worlds will stop me?" Harry felt the threat land. Felt it in his chest, in his gut, in the place where Charlie's laugh lived and Vaggie's fierce eye blazed and the hotel hummed with the warmth of belonging. The threat was real. Voldemort meant it. He was a creature of absolute conviction, and if he got a body, if he got the stone, he would spend eternity hunting down every person Harry loved. Harry walked toward the mirror. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, and his voice was silk and razors. "Wise choice." Harry stood before the mirror of Eriste and looked into it. The mirror showed him the hotel lobby. Charlie. Vaggie. The family. But this time, the mirror Harry did something different. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, blood-red stone. He held it up, looked at it, and then, in the mirror, he put it back in his pocket. Not to use. Not to give away. Just to hold. To protect. To keep safe until it could be returned to someone who deserved it. Something heavy materialized in Harry's real pocket. The Philosopher's Stone. Small, rough cut, worn through the fabric of his robes. It had come to him because his desire was pure, not to use it, not to profit from it, but to keep it from the creature standing behind him. Harry's hand closed around it. "Well?" Voldemort demanded. "What do you see?" Harry turned from the mirror and faced him. Quirrell's body had positioned itself between Harry and the door, and Voldemort's face was contorted with impatience, with hunger, with the specific desperation of a creature that had spent a decade as less than a ghost and could taste restoration. "I see my family," Harry said. "Same as last time." "Liar!" Voldemort screamed. The sound tore through Quirrell's throat, inhuman, doubled, reverberating off the chamber walls. "Quirrell, seize him, take the stone," Quirrell lunged. His hands outstretched, fingers grasping, driven by the will of the thing on the back of his skull. He was fast, faster than a dying man should have been, animated by Voldemort's rage. Harry didn't retreat. He sidestepped, Vaggie's drill, lateral pivot, redirect the line of attack, and caught Quirrell's wrist. Their skin touched. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Quirrell screamed. A scream torn from the deepest part of a human body, a scream that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with flesh coming apart at a molecular level. Where Harry's hand gripped his wrist, Quirrell's skin was burning, not with fire, but with something worse. Blistering, cracking, turning to ash and dust. The man's own body was rejecting the contact like an immune response, except the immune response was fatal. Harry released him. Quirrell stumbled back, clutching his wrist. The skin was gone. The flesh beneath was charred. His eyes were wide with horror. What did you? Harry stared at his own hand. Unburned. Unmarked. He could feel what had happened, his magic, responding to the contact with Voldemort's host, had surged through his skin in a wave of protective destruction. The love his mothers had poured into him, the decade of care and warmth and unconditional acceptance, combined with the hellfire energy that saturated his every cell, together, they had made his touch lethal to Voldemort. Not to Quirrell. To the thing inside Quirrell. Harry's touch burned the parasite, and the parasite was so deeply fused with its host that burning one burned both. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked, all pretense of control gone. Kill him. Quirrell raised his wand. His hand was shaking, the burned one, barely functional, the pain clearly overwhelming. He pointed it at Harry, and his lips moved around a curse. Harry was faster. Not with his wand. With his hand. He stepped inside Quirrell's guard, closed the distance, Vaggie's first lesson, get inside the reach, and pressed his palm flat against Quirrell's face. The reaction was volcanic. Light erupted from the point of contact, not gold, not crimson, but both, fused into something new, something that blazed white at its core and burned through every spectrum visible and invisible. Quirrell's scream scaled up beyond human range and kept going. His skin cracked like dried clay. His body convulsed. Voldemort's face on the back of his skull was writhing, twisting, the crimson eyes wide with an emotion that Harry recognized from the forest clearing. Terror. Pure, existential terror. Harry didn't let go. The fragment in his scar was going insane. It hammered against the inside of his skull, trying to connect with its source, trying to bridge the gap, and Harry's infernal-soaked magic caught it and held it and squeezed. Not to destroy it, he couldn't, not yet, not without understanding the mechanism, but to contain it, to remind it what happened to pieces of Voldemort that got too close to a boy raised in hell. Quirrell's body was failing. Crumbling. The man was dying, not from the curse of hosting Voldemort, but from the contact with Harry, from the touch that burned the darkness out of him and took his life with it. Harry felt the moment the man's heart stopped. Felt the soul separate from the body, Quirrell's real soul, not Voldemort's, the soul of a man who had been weak and afraid and had made a terrible choice and paid for it with everything. Harry let go. Quirrell collapsed. His body hit the stone floor and began to crumble, drying and cracking and turning to dust with a speed that wasn't natural. And from the dust, from the remains, something rose, a shadow, a wraith, a screaming formless thing that was Voldemort stripped of his host, naked and desperate and howling with rage. The wraith turned toward Harry. For one endless second, it hung in the air between them, the Dark Lord's essence, reduced to smoke and malice, staring at the boy who had beaten him twice now, the boy who had survived the killing curse as an infant and the killing touch as a child. Harry raised his wand and let his magic speak. The gold-crimson light blazed from the holly wand's tip, not a spell, not an incantation, just raw power channeled through the instrument that had been waiting for him since its creation. The light hit the wraith like a physical force. The wraith shredded. Not destroyed, Harry could feel the difference, could feel the fragments of Voldemort's consciousness scattering rather than disintegrating, but torn apart, reduced to wisps that fled the chamber through cracks in the walls, through the spaces between stones, away, away, away into the night. Gone. Not dead. But gone. Harry stood alone in the chamber with Quirrell's remains and the mirror of Eriste and the philosopher's stone heavy in his pocket. The torches burned steadily. His scar ached, a deep, bone-level throb that pulsed with every heartbeat. The fragment was quiet. Cowed. Pressed into the smallest corner of whatever space it occupied, shivering. Harry's legs gave out. He didn't fall dramatically. He just sat down, right there on the stone floor, and let the adrenaline drain. His hands were shaking. His vision was blurring at the edges. The magic he'd expended, the raw, fusion core output of wizard power and infernal energy combined, had taken something out of him that he couldn't immediately name. Not exhaustion exactly. More like the feeling after a fever breaks, hollow, wrung out, new. He pressed his hand to the floor and felt the castle's magic pulse against his palm. Hogwarts had felt all of it. The ancient consciousness in the stones had been watching, the way it watched everything that happened within its walls, and what Harry felt coming back through the connection was something close to approval. "Thanks," he muttered to the floor. He sat there for what might have been a minute or an hour. Time had gone soft at the edges. The torches burned. Quirrell's remains settled into dust. Then footsteps. Running. The door behind the black flames burst open, and Dumbledore came through. The headmaster didn't hesitate at the flames, he walked through them as if they weren't there, his wand raised, his face taut with an urgency that stripped away the grandfatherly facade and revealed the warrior underneath. His blue eyes swept the chamber in a single, comprehensive glance, the mirror, the dust, Harry sitting on the floor with blood on his hands and the stone in his pocket. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice was raw. "I'm okay. You are very clearly not okay." Dumbledore crossed the chamber in 3 long strides and knelt beside him. Up close, the headmaster looked old. Not the performance of age that he usually wore, the twinkling, benevolent grandfather act, but the real thing. The weight of years and responsibility and the particular horror of arriving too late to protect a child he'd failed once before. "Quirrell is dead," Harry said. "Voldemort possessed him. He was after the stone." "I know." Dumbledore's hand found Harry's shoulder, and the touch was careful, gentle, carrying a diagnostic charm that Harry felt sweep through his body like warm water. "I realized the Ministry owl was a ruse as I flew south. I turned back immediately, but you were too late. So was Quirrell." Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. It sat in his palm, blood-red, warm, ordinary, looking for something that could grant immortality. "The mirror gave it to me. Because I didn't want to use it." Dumbledore looked at the stone. Then he looked at Harry. His blue eyes were very bright. "You faced Voldemort alone," Dumbledore said. "At 11 years old. And you won. I had help. Ron played the chess game. Hermione solved the potions. I just finished it." Harry closed his fingers around the stone. "Ron's hurt. He was knocked unconscious. Hermione's with him. They're being taken to the hospital wing as we speak. Madame Pomfrey is the best healer in Britain." Dumbledore paused. "Harry, what happened to Quirrell?" "I touched him." Silence. "You touched him," Dumbledore repeated. "My skin." "His skin." "Direct contact." Harry looked at his hands, unmarked, clean, the hands of an 11-year-old. It burned him. Whatever Voldemort had done to him, whatever the possession had turned him into, my touch was poison to it. He crumbled. "The protection your mother gave you, not just Lily." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "Not just her sacrifice. Something else. Something from where I grew up. Something that's been part of me since I was a baby." He saw the question forming on Dumbledore's lips and headed it off. "I'm not ready to tell you the details. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But you should know that whatever I am, I'm more than what your prophecies and plans accounted for. The weapon you thought you were losing when I disappeared, I'm not it. I'm something else entirely." Dumbledore studied him for a long, measured moment. The diagnostic charm was still running, and Harry could feel it probing the edges of his magical signature, encountering the infernal component and recoiling gently, the way you'd pull your hand back from an unexpectedly hot surface. "You know about the prophecy," Dumbledore said quietly. "I guessed. A baby who defeats the Dark Lord, that kind of story doesn't happen by accident. Someone predicted it. Someone set it in motion. And you've been managing it ever since. Not managing. Guiding. Is there a difference? Dumbledore was quiet. The chamber was quiet. The mirror stood between them, showing nothing, reflecting only the torchlit room and two figures in conversation, one ancient, one young, neither quite what the other expected. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said. The words hung in the air like smoke. "I placed you with the Dursleys. With your mother's sister. The blood protection, Lily's sacrifice, would have been strongest there, in a home with her blood. I chose safety over happiness. I chose the strategic option." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "And you were never there. You vanished, and I searched, and I failed, and for 10 years I told myself that wherever you were, the blood protection was keeping you safe." "It wasn't the blood protection," Harry said. "It was two women who found a baby in a pile of garbage and chose to love him." "Yes." Dumbledore's eyes glistened. "A choice I didn't account for. A variable outside my models. Love, Harry, is the one force I have spent my entire life studying and still consistently underestimate." Harry looked at the old man, really looked, the way Husk had taught him, reading the face behind the face. Dumbledore was telling the truth. Not the whole truth, there were rooms behind rooms in that ancient mind, secrets nested inside secrets, but the core of it was genuine. He was a man who had tried to do the right thing, had failed, and was reckoning with the consequences. "I'm not angry," Harry said. "You made a choice with the information you had. It didn't work out. Something better happened instead." He held out the stone. "This belongs to Nicholas Flamel." Dumbledore took the stone. His fingers closed around it with the care of a man handling something he intended to give back. "Nicholas and I have discussed it," Dumbledore said. "The stone will be destroyed." "Good. Immortality through alchemy is a cheat. If Voldemort wants to live forever, he should have to work for it." Harry paused. "He already is, isn't he? The soul fragments. There are more." Dumbledore's hand tightened on the stone. His face shifted, a micro-expression, there and gone, but Harry caught it. Shock. Followed by the rapid recalculation of a master chess player who has just realized his opponent seized the board. "What do you know about soul fragments?" Dumbledore asked. "I know I'm carrying one. I know what it is. I know it's been weakened by 10 years of exposure to the place where I grew up. And I know it's not the only one. A man who fears death as much as Voldemort does wouldn't make just one anchor." The chamber was very still. "How long have you known?" Dumbledore's voice was barely above a whisper. "Months. Since the forest. The wraith in the forest, when I confronted it, the fragment in my scar reacted. Not just pain. Recognition. Two pieces of the same broken thing, trying to reconnect." Harry touched his scar. "My family helped me understand what it was." "Your family." Dumbledore said the word with a weight that suggested he was beginning to understand that it meant something very different from what he'd assumed. "Harry, the fragment in your scar, if I'm right about what it is, it represents a profound danger. Not just to you, but to anyone connected to me. I know. I'm handling it. You're 11. I'm 11 and I just killed a man by touching him and drove the Dark Lord's wraith out of a castle by sheer force of will. Age is not the relevant variable here, Professor." Dumbledore blinked. For a moment, just a moment, the mask slipped, and Harry saw something that might have been amusement. "You remind me of someone," Dumbledore said. "My father?" "Your mother. Lily could argue me into a corner at 15. You've managed it at 11. She'd be proud." Harry felt the comment land somewhere deep, not where the scar lived, but lower, in the chest, where the things you carried by choice rather than by force resided. Both his mothers. All three, really. Lily who'd died for him, Charlie who'd raised him, Vaggie who'd forged him. I need to rest, Harry said. And you need to find out where Voldemort's wraith went and make sure he's not still in the castle. He's not. Dumbledore said it with certainty. I can feel his absence. He fled, diminished, weakened further than he was before. What you did tonight, Harry, set him back years. Good. He deserves to suffer. Dumbledore's expression flickered. Vengeance is a dangerous motivator. I'm not motivated by vengeance. I'm motivated by the fact that he'll try again if I don't stop him, and next time he might go after the people I love. Harry stood. His legs held. Barely. I don't want revenge, Professor. I want my family safe. There's a difference. He walked to the door. The black flames had died with Quirrell, leaving an empty archway. Harry paused at the threshold and turned back. Professor. The things I told you tonight, about the fragment, about my family, some of that is mine to share and some of it isn't. I need to know that you'll respect that. You have my word. Your word is good. My word is the only currency I have left that I trust. Harry looked at him. Read him. Husk's eyes, Vaggie's instinct. The old man was telling the truth. Again, not the whole truth, probably never the whole truth, because Dumbledore had been keeping secrets since before Harry's grandparents were born and the habit was structural, but the truth where it mattered. Okay, Harry said. We'll talk more. But not tonight. He walked out of the chamber, through the empty rooms, past the scattered chess pieces, Ron's blood on the floor, already being cleaned by house elves who moved invisibly in the castle spaces, past the solved potions table, past the unconscious troll, past the chamber where the devil's snare still smoldered from Harry's passage, past the key room with its dented and exhausted flying keys, and climbed back up through the trapdoor, past Fluffy who was still drowsily sleeping, and into the castle proper. The corridor was dark and empty. Midnight, maybe later. Harry walked through the silent halls with his wand lit and his magic dimmed to a low simmer, feeling the castle around him like a pulse. Hogwarts was processing what had happened. The ancient wards were recalibrating, adjusting to the absence of the dark presence that had been festering in Quirrell all year. The castle felt cleaner. Lighter. Like a body after a fever breaks. Harry found the hospital wing by following the sound of Hermione's voice. She was talking to Madame Pomfrey in rapid, precise sentences, describing Ron's injuries with the clinical accuracy of someone who had been paying very close attention. Ron was unconscious on a bed, pale but breathing, his head wrapped in a bandage. Harry. Hermione was on her feet the instant she saw him. Are you, what happened, is he, Quirrell's dead. Voldemort's gone. The stone is safe. Harry sat on the nearest bed because standing had become a theoretical concept. Ron. Concussion. Madame Pomfrey says he'll be fine by morning. Hermione's voice was steady but her eyes were red. She'd been crying. Of course she had. She was 12 years old and she'd just helped assault a magical gauntlet designed by adult wizards to protect an artifact of immortality, and her friend had been knocked unconscious by a giant chess piece. Come here, Harry said. Hermione sat beside him. Harry put his arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into him, and for a while neither of them said anything. They just sat in the hospital wing and breathed and listened to Ron snore and let the night settle around them like dust after an explosion. You smell like brimstone again, Hermione said after a while. Yeah. That happens when I use a lot of magic. Harry, what you said in the common room, about another dimension. About your mother's not being human. About the place you grew up. She pulled back to look at him. Her eyes were fierce, searching, the eyes of someone who needed to understand. Is it hell? Did you grow up in actual hell? Harry met her gaze. He could lie. He could deflect, the way he'd been deflecting all year, offering pieces of truth wrapped in vagueness. But Hermione had walked into fire tonight. She'd solved a puzzle designed by Snape. She'd carried Ron's unconscious body to the hospital wing while Harry faced Voldemort alone. She'd earned the truth, and Harry had promised himself, long ago in the hotel's lobby, that he would never lie to someone who'd earned it. "Yes," he said. Hermione's breath caught. Her eyes went wide. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. "Actual hell," she repeated. "Pentagram City, specifically. In a hotel run by the Princess of Hell, who is my adoptive mother. Her partner, an ex-angel, is my other mother. I was raised by demons and sinners and one very terrifying entity called the radio demon, and the magic I carry, the red part, the part that smells like brimstone, is hell's ambient energy. It's been part of me since I was a baby." Hermione stared at him for a long, long time. He could see her mind working, the academic framework straining to accommodate information that didn't fit any existing category, the theologian's crisis of a girl who had believed in a rational magical universe and was now being told that hell was real and her best friend had a mailing address there. "The Princess of Hell," Hermione said slowly, "is your mum." "Yeah. And an angel. Is your other mum. Ex-angel." She fell. "Long story. And demons. Raised you. Demons and sinners, yeah. They're my family." Hermione let out a breath that seemed to deflate her entire body. Then she straightened up, pulled a notebook from somewhere, she always had a notebook, and said, "I need to know everything. Start from the beginning. Don't leave anything out." Harry laughed. It was a tired laugh, wrung out and fragile, but real. "Hermione, it's 2 in the morning and I just killed a man. Then give me the highlights and we'll do the detailed version tomorrow. You're terrifying." "Thank you." He gave her the highlights. Enough to paint the picture: the hotel, Charlie's mission, Vaggie's training, the residents who'd raised him. He watched her take notes with a quill that moved so fast it blurred, her handwriting growing increasingly cramped as she ran out of margin space. "This changes everything," Hermione whispered when he finished. "The theoretical implications alone, hell as a verified extradimensional plane, the interaction between infernal and wizard magic, the soul fragment's response to prolonged hellish exposure, Harry, this could rewrite half the textbooks in the Hogwarts library. Let's maybe save the academic papers until after we deal with the Dark Lord who's trying to come back from the dead." "Fair point." She closed her notebook. Then she looked at him again, and the academic fire in her eyes softened into something warmer, simpler. "Harry. Thank you for telling me. You earned it. It must be lonely. Being so far from them." The words hit harder than he expected. He swallowed. "Yeah. It is. You have us too. You know that, right? Ron and me. We're not going anywhere. I know. Even now, knowing all of this, knowing where you're from, knowing what you carry in your scar. We're not going anywhere." Harry's eyes burned. He blinked. Looked away. Looked back. "Thank you," he said, and meant it in every language he knew, including the one that didn't have words. Madame Pomfrey swept in and chased Hermione out and forced Harry into a bed and poured potions down his throat that tasted like boiled regret. He lay in the white hospital sheets and listened to Ron's steady breathing and felt the castle's wards settle around him like a blanket. His scar pulsed. The fragment was still there, still alive, still aware, but diminished. Frightened. Harry probed it with a thought, the way you'd probe a sore tooth with your tongue, and felt it flinch. "We're going to deal with you," Harry told it silently. "Not tonight. But soon." No answer. Just the faintest whimper of something small and broken and very, very old. Harry closed his eyes. And somewhere, not in the castle, not in Scotland, not in the mortal realm at all, a radio crackled to life. The broadcast tower stood at the heart of a building that should not have been able to reach across dimensions, and yet the signal went where the signal wanted to go. Alastor sat in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, his cane across his lap, his smile wide and luminous in the red dark. He had heard it all. Not the words, the walls between worlds were too thick for that, most of the time. But the frequencies. The vibrations. The particular harmonics of Harry's magic when it surged, when it blazed gold crimson in that chamber beneath the castle. And the other frequency, the one that lived in the scar, the broken fragment of a mortal Dark Lord's soul, screaming as the infernal energy that surrounded it tightened like a fist. Alastor had been listening to that fragment for years. Since the day he'd arrived at the hotel and sensed it in the boy, a foreign note, a wrong chord, a discordant frequency embedded in an otherwise remarkable composition. He hadn't told Charlie or Vaggie. He hadn't told anyone. Information was currency, and Alastor never spent currency before its value peaked. The fragment was a soul piece. A Horcrux, in the parlance of the living world's darkest practitioners. Alastor knew the concept, different traditions, same mechanism. A soul torn and anchored, tethering its owner to existence. In hell, such things had a different name and a different significance. In hell, a loose soul fragment was property. An unclaimed piece of a damned soul, sitting in the forehead of the most interesting child Alastor had ever encountered. The possibilities were delicious. The boy survived, Alastor murmured to the empty room, to the microphones that hummed with infernal power, to the shadows that danced to his frequency. More than survived. He thrived. The Dark Lord's wraith, shredded and fleeing. The fragment, cowering. And the boy, oh, the boy stands taller every day. He turned a dial on the broadcast panel. The frequency shifted, narrowing, focusing, cutting through the static between worlds like a needle through fabric. For a moment, just a moment, the signal locked onto the fragment in Harry's scar, and Alastor heard its frequency clearly. Broken. Terrified. Changed. 10 years in hell had done something to it that its creator never intended. The fragment wasn't just weakened. It was transforming. The infernal energy wasn't merely containing it, it was rewriting it, slowly, molecule by molecule, retuning the fragment's frequency from piece of a mortal Dark Lord to something else. Something that existed at the intersection of mortal magic and infernal power. Something new. Something that, in the right hands, at the right moment, could be leveraged. Alastor's smile widened. Which shouldn't have been possible, but then, very little about Alastor was possible. The best shows, he said to the dark, are the ones where even the players don't know the ending. He turned the dial back. The signal faded. The connection broke. But the showman always knows. The showman always knows. He leaned back in his chair and hummed a tune from 1927, and the shadows danced, and the red light pulsed, and somewhere in a hospital wing in Scotland, Harry Potter slept the deep, dreamless sleep of a boy who had faced the worst the living world could throw at him and had stood his ground. The fragment in his scar pulsed once, softly. Not with Voldemort's malice. Not with its creator's cold fury. With something else. Something it didn't have a name for yet. Something that smelled, faintly, of brimstone.